a special program in living color on NBC.
From Washington, special coverage by NBC News on the inauguration of Richard M. Nixon. Inauguration 73 is brought to you by Borden, marketing food, dairy, and chemical products throughout the world. Borden makes the things you like best. And by Eastern Airlines, bringing people together, all kinds of people from all kinds of places, for all kinds of reasons, makes Eastern what it is, the wings of men. Reporting from the Capitol, here are John Chancellor and David Brinkley.
And welcome to the 47th inaugural of an American president. David Brinkley and I here to cover that, something the United States has been doing since 1789, and it will be done here this morning. Another man will take the oath of office as President of the United States. The weather for Richard Nixon's second inaugural is just fine. 40 degrees now, going up to 50 here in Washington. A bit windy, partly cloudy. We may see some sunshine today. No chance of rain at all for those people who'll be in the parade. The president is now at the White House. This morning, his schedule calls for him to have coffee with Vice President Agnew. Later on, a congressional delegation will pick Mr. Nixon up and bring him here to Capitol Hill and into the Capitol itself. After that, on the stands just behind me, he will take the oath of office and he will deliver his inaugural address. We are told that may be shorter than usual, but we'll find that out this morning when we see it. There are some demonstrators here in Washington. We don't know how many. There are no signs of any difficulty with them at all. And later this afternoon, of course, we will have the parade. All 50 states will be represented in it. It'll be a bit shorter this time, but it ought to be an interesting show. David?
John, thank you. To all of those who think they might have liked to come to Washington today for the inaugural, unless you have a specific invitation to something and a fair amount of money to spend, you're probably just as well off being at home looking at it on television, because nothing is open to the public except the parade. The public is barred from the Capitol grounds this morning, for example, as a result of the well-justified security needs. The parade is open to the public and everything else is closed. We will, today and tonight, bring you probably the best look at all of it. So I think maybe you're better off there. Senator McGovern, who thought maybe or hoped that he would be here on this platform today, something happened along the way. So he is in London today as a tourist while Mr. Nixon takes his oath, delivers his second inaugural speech, in which we think, we don't know, we think there might be some reference to the progress of the peace negotiations in Vietnam. The red movement you saw behind John Chancellor as he was talking a minute ago was the Marine Band taking its place down here in the front. And the ceremonies here will start pretty soon. John?
While there's a little time before events do begin here, we're going to show you some of the NBC people who will be covering the inaugural. We have many cameras, lots of lights, and miles of cable to cover today's events. But to tell the story, we need NBC News people, and there are two of them now, Paul Duke and Catherine Mackin, in the rotunda of the Capitol, a good place to interview some of the dignitaries and describe the procession from inside the Capitol as the president goes out to the stand here to take the oath. That's, of course, Paul Duke, known to you all. And Catherine Mackin. Remember her from the political conventions? Where they are now, they will be able to see and hopefully talk with a number of the people who are here sitting in the very best seats at this show. In Capitol Plaza, Jack Perkins. Capitol Plaza, here on the east front of the Capitol. There's standing room for about 60,000 people here. As David said, you can't get in without a pass, but it will be crowded. There will be people to talk to, and Perkins, wearing his Martian headset, will do that. That's Richard Valeriani at the White House. And you can see the reviewing stands for the parade just behind him. Traffic still going by on Pennsylvania Avenue. But those stands are where the president and his invited guests will watch the parade. Frank McGee is down from the Today Show in New York, and he has prepared for us a special report today on the reorganization of the executive branch and the role of the cabinet in the second Nixon administration. We're glad to have Frank with us today. Gordon Graham will be at the White House as well. We are double staffing the White House because it is such an important day. There are lots of people coming and going. And with the president in the stands, it takes two men to cover that story. So Gordon, from our Washington staff, will be joining Dick Valeriani. Across the street from the White House, Lafayette Park, and there you see Irving R. Levine. These are the reviewing stands that look across at the White House and at the president sitting in those stands. So we have stationed one of our correspondents there as well, and you can see Irving preparing for the job he'll be doing later today. That's Ron Nesson, and Ron Nesson is at the Washington Monument grounds where demonstrations against the president will be taking place today. We don't know how big they will be, how intense they will be. We know there'll be some people there, and Nesson is our man on the spot. And there are some observers we have. They're watching. The man on the back of the head you see on the left is our friend Edwin Newman, and the back of the head you see on the right is Robin Day of the BBC. He has covered American politics for years and years, Robin Day has, and we thought it would be valuable to have a British view of this American institution, so we'll be hearing from our observers. And that's the lineup that we have, and we think we'll be able to cover the story quite well. We'll be back with more of the story after this word from Eastern.
Does anyone know who that is?
George Washington and his family.
And what about his wife? Does anyone know her name?
Martha.
Succeed president! Wow! Do you know when he was president?
The Civil War.
Anybody know how he got a beard?
The girl in the room said he'd look good in the beard. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain innate rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
For us at Eastern Airlines, taking a third-grade class from Atlanta to discover their country is one of the most important things we do. And because people are important to us, more people fly with us than any other airline in the free world but one. Let us be your wings. Eastern Airlines, the wings of man.
John, Chancellor, and I are here at the Capitol, where the actual swearing-in will take place on the platform you see behind us out here, the same one that has been used since Herbert Hoover was sworn in 1929. The Marine Band is in place. Down here, as you will see later, are a lot of seats made of unpainted pine wood. They are the only free seats anywhere in town for anything this entire weekend. This part of the ceremony is paid for by the U.S. government. The rest of it, the parade, the balls, the receptions, and so on, are paid for by the people who go to them. These are the press seats immediately in front of the stand. Around them are seats for invited guests, invited by the president, the vice president, members of Congress, and they will include the Supreme Court, the diplomats, and a lot of others. The first thing that happens, the first official event today, is when Vice President Agnew goes to the White House and has coffee with the president. And then, when the time comes, the two of them together will ride up to the Capitol to be sworn in again. Richard Valeriani of NBC is there. Dick?
David, the president is somewhere in the executive mansion, but there's been no word yet on his activities this morning. We were told that he stayed up past midnight last night working in the Lincoln sitting room on the second floor of the White House, polishing his inaugural address, which we've been told will run less than 2,000 words. He wrote much of that address at his home in Key Biscayne, Florida during the past week, and he returned to the White House late Thursday night, which meant that he missed the first round of the inaugural celebration. But he got involved last night in all the inaugural concerts. He went to the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts and dropped in on an American music concert and a youth concert, then heard the Philadelphia Orchestra with Eugene Ormandy conducting. The President and Mrs. Nixon drove to Kennedy Center from the White House, which is only 7 minutes away. Other guests included former Treasury Secretary John Connally and his wife, California Governor Ronald and Mrs. Reagan, former Attorney General John Mitchell and his wife Martha, and Alabama Governor George Wallace. Former First Lady Mamie Eisenhower and the Reverend Billy Graham joined Mr. and Mrs. Nixon in the presidential box in the concert hall. The President had personally selected the Philadelphia Orchestra with conductor Eugene Ormandy, one of his favorites, for this concert, much to the chagrin of Washington's National Symphony, which did not play it at an inaugural concert for the first time in 40 years. In less than an hour from now, before going to the Capitol, as David Brinkley pointed out, the President and Mrs. Nixon will give a coffee for Vice President Agnew and Mrs. Agnew, for the members of the Congressional Committee who come to the White House to escort the President to the Capitol for the swearing-in, and for inaugural Chairman J. Willard Marriott and Mrs. Marriott, the former Republican National Committee woman from the District of Columbia. For Mrs. Nixon, the coffee will be one more event in a long and busy day. And they're due here at about 15 minutes from now. There was some slight activity here. The President's valet was out walking the President's dog, King Timahoe, a little while ago. But for Mrs. Nixon, as I said, she'll have a busy day, and Gordon Graham has a report on the First Lady.
This has been a very busy week for the First Lady, with the official round of parties, dinners, concerts, and receptions that have kept her constantly on the go. But the pace of inaugural week apparently has taken a greater toll on the First Lady's press staff. One young lady remarked to me yesterday that she had been on the go for 2 days up until after midnight, and she was exhausted. But the First Lady managed to smile and remain enthusiastic through it all. Mrs. Nixon was up early this morning and had breakfast with the family at about 8 o'clock. At this hour, she is serving as hostess to members of the congressional leadership who have come to have coffee with the President. And in about an hour, Mrs. Nixon, the President, and his congressional escorts will be ushered out to the presidential limousine for the ride to the Capitol. As the President takes the oath of office, Mrs. Nixon will assist him by holding the family Bible, opened to the book of Matthew. Mrs. Nixon is the second First Lady to participate in an inaugural ceremony. Although Mrs. Nixon remained very much out of the limelight during those early years, she has performed a very important role in Mr. Nixon's career, as expressed by the President himself.
We must remember that a woman plays a very great role in standing with her husband. You know, he comes home at night sometimes and to this house, and to find somebody there who will stand with him, who will fight beside him, believe me, that means a lot.
And today, Mrs. Nixon will again fulfill that role envisioned by her husband. This is Gordon Graham at the White House.
Those Bibles Mrs. Nixon will be holding today will be open to that section of Isaiah that talks about beating swords into plowshares. Those are the Bibles, the Nixon family Bibles, that he's used in previous times when he was sworn in as vice president as well. So this is the fourth time around for those Bibles.
Like almost everything else here, this is done because George Washington did it. In fact, the inaugural speech is done mainly because George Washington did it. There was no president. He thought when he took the oath of office he should say a few words to his countrymen, and so he did. Every president since then has done the same, only for that reason.
Well, yes, but George Washington spoke briefly. George Washington used 135 words And oh, if we could only get back to that. We'll be back after this word from Borden. 100.
For a great many people, this is a forum for a great many people in Washington. This is a $4 million star-studded extravaganza this weekend with a cast of thousands. For a great many others who live here, it is a battle to find a place to park, because every inaugural, the Washington police go around for blocks and blocks in all directions from the center of the town and hang up paper signs saying no parking on inaugural weekend. Well, for people who don't have garages and driveways, which is quite common in the older parts of town, they often go out and tear the signs down, pretending they never knew they were there. The police go and put them back, and they tear them down. This has been going on now for about 4 days, and it's become a little local event. By tonight, midnight, when is it? Midnight tonight, you can go back and park again in the streets, where most people do most of the time. This part of the ceremony is essentially congressional. The Capitol, of course, is the home of the Congress. Congress pays for this part of it, about $500,000. Everything else is paid for by the people taking part in it. The vice president is, of course, a presiding officer in the Senate. And the swearing in has always been on the steps of the Capitol, outside the two houses in modern times in Washington, on the steps of the Capitol, outside the houses of Congress. We'll be back in a moment after word from Borden.
All proceeding on schedule here at the inaugural ceremonies. They haven't quite begun yet, but things are picking up. The Capitol Plaza is beginning to fill up with people now, although the actual ceremony is still ahead of us. And Jack Perkins is in Capitol Plaza. Jack?
Yes, John. Capitol Plaza is beginning to fill up against all possible odds. Do you know how many credentials there are to get in here? There are possible 47 different kinds of passes that one can wear around his neck, 47 of them to get here. And even if you had all 47 of those, you still couldn't go to the parade or any of the inaugural balls, or couldn't have seen any of the concerts last night. So anyhow, if you have those credentials, and if you thus have been checked out as a security check by the FBI and whoever else does that, then you are allowed onto the Capitol Plaza and into these seats. Senators and congressmen and their friends mainly will fill these seats. Some congressmen, we have been told, will boycott the session today as a means of protest against the war. We don't know how many, and we probably never will know, really, how many did that. For the last many, many days, Washington has been talking about this inauguration, since, of course, the football game last weekend. Up before that, they were talking about that. But they've been talking about it, and what they've been saying mainly for the last couple of days is how warm and beautiful it was going to be, and sunny. Well, it isn't. Though, of course, it isn't nearly as bad as the snowstorms that this inauguration has seen in years past. 1845, there was press coverage of a rather limited nature for the inaugural. It was a man named Samuel F.B. Morse sitting out here with a new gadget he had invented called a telegraph. The first inaugural ever to be photographed was Abraham Lincoln's. Matthew Brady did the photographing. McKinley's was the first to have motion pictures, and they showed them thereafter in a local Nickelodeon. Coolidge was the first to be covered by radio. Truman was the first to be covered by television. And now we have come to this. We have come from the day when a man sat there with a brand new thing called a telegraph to the day when a man stands out here in the cold with a wire sticking out of his head. All of us trying to do the same thing, to report what, as John F. Kennedy once described it, is not so much the victory of a party, but the celebration of freedom. Paul Duke is out here also wandering about, and I believe I'm supposed to throw to him now.
I have here in my hands the plans for the building of the inaugural stands. They're rather complicated, perhaps even more complicated than the original drawing for the Capitol itself, submitted back in 1793 by William Thornton. Doctor, not an architect, and his drawing was simple. Through the years, the architects have not changed Thornton's concept for the building, but the Capitol has grown slowly, usually a wing at a time. Finding enough room has always been a problem. As the government expanded, so did the Capitol. So before Lincoln was inaugurated, new wings were added again, and finally the dome was completed. The last major piece of construction was finished just in time for John Kennedy's inauguration. The front of the building was pushed out 32.5 feet. You can't tell by looking, but the expansion added 100 rooms to the east front of the Capitol. It also added new passageways linking the Senate and House, making it easier for senators and representatives wishing to travel from one wing to another to reach those wings. Formerly, they had to push through sometimes frequently large groups of tourists. There is now a new proposal to extend the west front of the Capitol. But that is quite controversial, and it will have to wait.
Here we are again. As Paul Duke said, there was a great fight here about changing the west front of the Capitol from the original Latrobe sandstone design and putting it on. They made 78 offices out of this extension when they did it before, and I think the overall cost ended up with the lamps they put in at $24 million, which is quite expensive for a little place for the chairman or the ranking member of a committee to have an office in the Capitol, and yet that is not only the most expensive offices in Washington, but the most sought after in Washington. David was talking earlier about the free seats here at the Capitol being the only free seats. There are 19,000 places to sit down up here, and there are places for 60,000 people to stand up. Each senator, each member of the Senate is given 150 tickets to pass out to his friends and sponsors to have people here. And that adds up, I think, to 15,000 people representing the United States Senate. And each member of the House, by some arcane mathematics that we don't understand, is given 66 seats. Now, do you suppose that means that 66 to 150 is the difference in importance between a senator and a member of the House?
I'm not sure you get any of them to agree to that.
Anyway, they have 28,000 places out there for people to sit or stand. So it will be filled up here. Everybody, as Jack Perkins said, has to have a pass, and it's beginning to fill up now. As we say, the inaugural is an American institution steeped in our history, but there are still some things that look unaccountably British here. For example, two of the men, that's one of them, in the Marine Band, wearing big bearskin hats, carrying, what do they call those things? They're not batons. They help to lead the band, and they look about as British. Well, you can't see it now, but there. They look about as British as anybody standing in front of Buckingham Palace. How about that? Anyway,
Probably it was taken from the British. The Marine Band is the oldest military band of all.
Well, then it was probably very close to the British.
It was formed when this was a British colony, in fact, or it was in a process of unbecoming a British colony.
Anyway, that's what's going on up here. Now let's go to Lafayette Park and Irving R. Levine.
This stretch of Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House was closed to traffic just a few minutes ago. Police cars and fire engines, however, are permitted. There's a fire engine right below me here now. The firemen have been bringing lengths of hose to the presidential stand, part of the protection. Another part of the protection that we've seen is the large number of Secret Service men. A few minutes ago, they were checking the stands and looking underneath the stands with a flashlight for any explosives. There were a few demonstrators here a bit earlier carrying signs reading, "Impeach the President." Police asked them to leave. Standing in the place where the President will review the parade is a member of the Executive Protective Service. He's surveying the area, has been there for about 2 hours now. These seats are, to use the sports metaphor favored by the Nixon administration, right on the 50-yard line. They're the most expensive seats, $50 each. People have paid this price to be close to the area where the president will be standing. He'll be in a glass-enclosed, bulletproof area. It cost about $350,000 to build that central structure. It's heated, carpeted, and that may make it the most expensive transient ceremonial structure since the Empress Anna of Russia ordered a palace to be built in ice for a wedding ceremony for 2 members of her court. Among the people who will be standing with the president are those who helped re-elect him. That's part of their reward. And after all, the inaugural parade is primarily a victory celebration. Someone has observed that an inauguration is a healthy middle ground between a coronation and a coup d'etat. And many of the things that we'll be seeing from this reviewing stand are part of the coronation aspects. This is Irving R. Levine, NBC News, in front of the White House.
And here at the Capitol, the Marine Band has started to play, and we're getting closer to the events of the day when Richard Nixon swears that he will protect the Constitution. That oath is only 35 words. It's a very short and very compelling piece of writing. It says, "I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of the Presidency of the United States and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States." And when George Washington said those 35 words in 1789, he added the 4 more words. He said, "So help me God." And every president since has said, "So help me God," but if you look it up in the Constitution, the oath does not have "So help me God" in it. It also allows a president, if he decides to affirm instead of to swear. And Franklin Pierce, in 1853, said, "I do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully execute the office," etc. He's the only one who ever affirmed, and Mr. Nixon today, following the practice established by him 4 years ago, will do what most presidents do. He will say, "I do solemnly swear." Washington also, I think, as you said earlier, David, was the one who began using the Bible.
He started almost all of it, and almost everything he did has been copied ever since. The theory being, if it was good enough for George Washington, it's good enough for me.
That's
So
right.
they've all followed the form he set.
You know that Washington had to borrow money to get to his first inaugural? To his inaugural?
No, I didn't.
Yes, sir. There's a man named Conway who lived in Alexandria, Virginia, and George Washington borrowed 600 pounds. We were using pounds.
Well, he only lived across the river here.
He lived across the river, but he had to go to New York.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And while Washington had a lot of property and was, by the standards of those times, a wealthy man, he didn't have any money. He was land poor. So a man named Richard Conway of Alexandria, Virginia, lent General Washington 600 pounds so he could get dressed up and go to New York.
Did he get paid back?
I assume he did. Anyway, Washington turned up for that first inaugural, which was in the Federal Hall on Wall Street in New York. He went up, traveled up through New Jersey, was met at Elizabeth City, I think, New Jersey, by a barge. And there were 12 sailors in white in the barge. And they rowed him across down to the foot of Wall Street, and he took the oath of office.
They had a lot of class in those days.
They had a lot of class in those days. Edwin Newman and Robin Day, our observer team, have been keeping close watch on the activities so far, and we're sure they have some reflections.
We've been joined by somebody who can be variously described as an artist, as a cartoonist, or as a reporter. He is at this moment watching the proceedings from a seat in the Capitol Plaza. He's already tried to capture some of the spirit of this inauguration and put it on the drawing board. His name is Mort Gerberg. Mort, I'd like you to meet Robin Day.
Morning, Ed. Hi, Robin. How are you?
Morning, Mort. Are you going to achieve the astonishing feat of showing that the artist can do something which the camera can't do?
Oh, of course, the artist is a human being. That's for one thing. I mean, a camera is only mechanical. You have to do things that are more human. Around here, I've been doing all preparations, concentrating on some ideas that really have been based on the preparations that are going on here, which are really incredible. And I've got a series of drawings. Ed, maybe you'd like to help me read the captions on some of these things as we showed them. Kind of like
I'll read the captions with gusto.
Gusto is good. I mean, they need a lot of gusto and resonation also. Over here, for example, at the Capitol, we've got something that has to do with the contractor who's been doing this stand here.
And put a TV monitor here so the president can see it on instant replay.
And the amount of planning, you know, that has just been incredible. The administration apparently was hoping to anticipate and control every last detail concerning January 20th.
Special from the White House, Saturday's forecast is to be sunny with considerable rainbows.
That's the whole thing there. Thousands of people have been working on this. A management consultant has set up 34 subcommittees, which made some people wonder whether or not all of this was really necessary. See that?
Hammer faster? I think Ralph Nader is watching.
Probably not the only one going on. Looking here, the inauguration, you know, is going to cost over $4 million. Now, to help pay the bills, the marketing people has set up a very aggressive souvenir-selling campaign.
Good morning, madam. I represent your presidential inaugural committee. Are those dishes, Morton?
No, not dishes. Those medals. Dishes is from the movies. You know, the parade organizers worked for months, you know. They were looking for a lead-off display that would be in very good keeping with the theme of the inaugural, which, you know, is the spirit of '76.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. White House aides, they were swamped by last-minute details all week. But as Saturday drew closer, one particular project received top priority from him.
I can't talk now. We're hammering out the president's inaugural speech.
Looks like it'll last there, too. This goes on. Well, all in all, preparing for the inauguration was incredibly complicated. But for the president this morning, everything boiled down to the one simple question: what should I wear?
It looks lovely, dear. But should you really wear it to the ceremony?
Yeah.
I don't think he will, Mort.
Well,
Mort, why do you...
Not on the outside, anyway.
Mort, why do you give him a prince's coronet rather than a king's crown? I thought his nickname was supposed to be King Richard.
That's your interpretation. For me, it's king, you know, all of the way. Anyway, I've got a few other things here that we'll be dealing with the preparation things, but we'll come back later and look at some things that have to do with post-inaugural. So I'll see you later on that with those other things then.
Okay, Mort, look forward to it.
Okay, Ed, see you later.
Here at the Capitol, the Marine Band, with its beautiful red uniforms, 8 tubas, and 2 drum majors, is entertaining the gathering crowd. We'll be back in a moment after a message from Borden. Every president, when he takes office or takes office again or continues in office, has the option of making changes in his cabinet. Mr. Nixon has been very intent on this because of his belief that the second term of an administration can become stale, as he's put it, go downhill. He's made a great many changes in his cabinet. Frank McGee has assembled for us a report on this. Frank?
Soon after his landslide victory in November, President Nixon announced a major reorganization of the cabinet and of his White House staff. The purpose of the reorganization, according to the president, was to bring fresh perspective and new vitality to the administration. But there is more to it than that. Knowing full well that second-term lame duck presidents have not historically fared well with the Congress, Mr. Nixon obviously and naturally intends to do everything he can to avoid the defeat of his policies. But additionally, he has removed from the cabinet any political figure with a power base of his own. And above those cabinet members remaining, he has placed men who owe all their power and authority to him and him alone. He has formed a super secretariat of 3 White House counselors with broad, far-reaching powers that extend over 7 cabinet-level departments and several independent agencies. Now, these 3 counselors, in turn, will report to John Ehrlichman, the president's even more powerful assistant for domestic affairs. Ehrlichman is one member of a 5-man cadre of special assistants whom President Nixon has called the nucleus of his second-term staff. Henry Kissinger and Bob Haldeman, while continuing in their present roles, have also been upgraded to this special assistant status. Many of the changes are above cabinet level. They are out of the reach of a Congress that is already concerned about its loss of authority. The changes will center even more power in the hands of President Nixon. The point is that regardless of congressional opposition, Mr. Nixon wants his second administration to fashion and secure programs that will last far beyond his second administration and the presidential election of 1976. Frank McGee, NBC News.
As we said, there are some people here who are opposed to the second inaugural of Richard Nixon. There are demonstrators here in town. So far, not very many of them, however. Several hundred were at the Lincoln Memorial early today, and the Capitol Police were standing by. On the opposite side of the Capitol, up here where we are, there were about 200 demonstrators congregating, but so far, not a lot. However, we have assigned Jim Hartz to keep an eye on these demonstrations, and here's a report from him.
John, the Washington police don't anticipate any trouble handling the thousands of anti-war demonstrators who are expected to be here today, but if necessary, they can call on about 1,800 troops who are on standby locations on the outskirts of the city, all within about 5 miles of the center of the city. The troops include soldiers from Fort Meade, Maryland, and Marines from Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. They began arriving in this area 2 days ago. Some of the troops have been bivouacked at Fort Myer, Virginia. These are members of the 519th Military Police Battalion. Others went to the soldiers' home in the northeastern part of the city and to the Anacostia Naval Station in Maryland. Since their arrival at Fort Myer, the troops have been taking it easy, playing basketball, volleyball, cards, catching up on their personal chores. The police say that today's demonstrators may outnumber the anti-war protesters of the 1969 presidential inauguration, but they don't expect them to be as disruptive as the 1969 marchers. You may recall that the demonstrators 4 years ago stoned the president's limousine as it drove along Pennsylvania Avenue, and later the demonstrators clashed with police as they roamed through downtown streets. The nation's two largest anti-war groups are jointly sponsoring today's major demonstration, which may bring out as many as 50,000 marchers. They will march from the Lincoln Memorial to the Washington Monument, arriving there around 2 o'clock this afternoon. The joint sponsors, the National Peace Action Coalition and the People's Coalition for Peace and Justice, promise several prominent speakers. A smaller demonstration involving about 1,500 marchers is just about starting out now from Arlington Cemetery. These are mostly Vietnam War veterans who will rally at the War Memorial in West Potomac Park in Washington. They have no connection with any other group of protesters. A third group, the Militant Students for a Democratic Society, are gathering now at Union Station, only a few blocks from the Capitol. Among this group, there may be members of the Radical Youth International Party, usually called the Yippies. These people have threatened to try to disrupt the inaugural parade. There are other plans for a few other smaller demonstrations during the day. 1 or 2 of them may involve attempts to interfere with the parade. But Police Chief Jerry Wilson has virtually the entire force on duty today. That's about 5,000 men, and he says he's confident he can handle any situation. The latest word, as John said a moment ago, was that several hundred demonstrators had gathered at the Lincoln Memorial. That's peaceful. There's also a smaller demonstration east of the Capitol, some Viet Cong flags being waved, but no reports of any difficulty at all. John?
Thank you, Jim. To bring you up to date, the president is scheduled to leave the White House at 11 in the morning Eastern Time. In about 20 minutes from now, he may leave a bit early. The weather is good. There's no sign of rain. It's turned out to be more cloudy than partly cloudy, but still quite a tolerable day for an inaugural, and we'll be back with more of it after this word from Eastern Airlines. Filling up here at the Capitol, behind me you see the great east steps of the Capitol, and below that the Marine Band playing, and above the Marine Band a stand full of very important people who are beginning to fill up now. You can see here, those are the best seats of all. Those are the ones right behind the president, the ones that show up in all the ceremonial photographs, and those are the most coveted ones. And they're beginning to fill up now, as far as I can tell, with some members of Congress. And now, in our recollection, we have not seen big easy chairs like that at an inaugural before. That, I think, is new. To the left of that, you can see the lectern where the president will deliver his address. And I think that may be a bulletproof shield in front of it. Yes, it is. That's made of glass about a ½ an inch thick. It doesn't rise up very high, and it's hard to see from the front. You can see the ornate woodwork that they use on the stand here. Those are Corinthian columns to match the Georgia marble Corinthian columns of the east front of the Capitol itself. And very swank easy chairs there, as we say.
John, that glass is 6 inches thick, if you want.
6 inches thick.
Yes.
Well, that's thicker than I thought.
How about that?
Just give the news, please. And all of those behind them now, you can see the other seats. The press is down in front. That's over on the left-hand side. That's traditional for the press. And when it rains, there's the press as well. And you can see, wave, David, you're on camera. Those are our booths. We're the second one from the right. And I think they're coming into us now, almost. There. I don't know if you can see that, but that's where we are. And generally, it's quite a nice scene here. There are cadets from the military academies showing up here, standing in front of the band. I think you may be able to get a shot of that. A lot of generals and admirals and more brass than you would possibly believe are assembling here.
John, we're now back at the White House, as you see.
That's the diplomatic entrance. That's the south portico of the White House there. And we're waiting for the president to come out. Word came to us of indications that he might come out a little bit early. And this is how he will get to the Capitol. Other presidents have gone on horseback. One of them walked.
There's a committee appointed by Congress, an inaugural ceremony committee, to organize it, one Republican and one Democrat. The choices are made before the election, and so they don't know who will be inaugurated.
That's right.
So the members of the committee go to the White House and escort the president here to the Capitol for the ceremony. Then they go inside, come out down these steps, take the oath, speech is made, and then there's a lunch inside. I believe it's, what is it? It's roast beef.
It's roast beef this time.
Roast beef, green
Sliced
beans.
tenderloin of beef.
Right. Strawberries and cream. Then after that, the parade. What a day.
What a day, and the balls in the evening. Robin Day and Edwin Newman are standing by, and they've got something to say to us now.
One theory of retirement is that the best time to quit is when you're on top. Not many people do it, but there is one small occupational group that does, presidents of the United States. Retirement is, of course, often hard to adjust to, if only because of the knowledge that the organization you've been working for can get along without you. Consider what it must be for somebody who has been president. There's the change from being at the very center to being outside, from having enormous power and responsibility to having none, from being under pressure to being all but ignored. And I suspect that there's also the matter of having altogether too much time to think about what you did and what you might have done. Robin, it's easier for a British Prime Minister who loses office than it is for a president, I think.
Oh, a British Prime Minister can stay on in the House of Commons like Harold Wilson is at the moment, trying to be Prime Minister again. Otherwise, he can gracefully retire to the House of Lords, and they used to give ex-Prime Ministers earldoms, but they don't make earls anymore.
So he can stay on in London, which is a big point, because an American president cannot, no ex-president could gracefully stay on in Washington. Well, with the death of Harry Truman the day after Christmas, Lyndon Johnson became the only living ex-president, and Mr. Johnson lives at the LBJ Ranch in Texas, as he has ever since he left the White House.
What a time it was a time of innocence, a time of confidences. Long ago it must be, I have a photograph. Preserve your memories, they're all that's left you.
Inauguration 73 will continue after station identification.
For highlights of the inaugural, stay with NBC News tonight at 8/7 Central Time.
The inaugural stands here in front of the U.S. Capitol building are empty now, except, of course, for some workmen putting on the finishing touches. Of course, on Saturday, this will be the center of attention as Richard Nixon takes his oath of office for the second time. There are many Tennesseans in town this week in Washington for the inaugural activities, and for exclusive feature reports on what they're doing, including reports on the various gala balls and concerts to be held at the Kennedy Center, join me, Hewell Hauser, tonight on the scene at 6 and 10.
Hello, I'm James Earl Jones, host of the television series Black Omnibus. Our weekly presentation covers the entire realm of the black experience: history, music, art, dance, and interesting personalities. Please join us on the Black Omnibus.
The current production of Cat on a Hot Tin Roof marks the 200th presentation of Circle Theater. Plan now to see this Tennessee Williams classic. Call 256-6855 for reservations.
NBC News continues its coverage of Inauguration 73. Here is David Brinkley.
We're here in the booth. The President will be leaving the White House shortly to come up to the Capitol, and we'll switch there as soon as that begins. We had a little sequence here a moment ago about how presidents must leave Washington as a matter of good form after they leave office. You will remember, John, that when Harry Truman took the oath, passed the office on to his successor here, General Eisenhower, President Eisenhower, the Washington Railroad Station is just across the plaza here, about 300 or 400 yards. Mr. Truman went from this platform to the railroad station to Missouri, and except for brief and informal casual appearances, was never seen in Washington again. That's how quickly and decisively it happens. Richard Valeriani at the White House has been waiting for the president to appear, to get into his limousine and to come up to the Capitol, accompanied by members of the committee appointed by Congress. Richard, what's happening there now?
Well, we are also serving who stand and wait, David. We're waiting for the members of the Congressional Committee to come. They'll have a coffee inside the White House in the map room. The President and Mrs. Nixon will serve coffee to Vice President and Mrs. Agnew, and to the various members of the Congressional Committee, and to the inaugural chairman, J. Willard Marriott and Mrs. Marriott. That room where they're meeting is the room where Franklin Delano Roosevelt used to prepare his fireside chats. And the room is covered with maps. Now here is the arrival of the Vice President. He's a little early. He wasn't supposed to be due here for another 10 minutes or so. There's Carl Albert, Speaker of the House, Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield, Mrs. Agnew in purple. They'll go in and have coffee now for about 15 minutes, chat with the President and Mrs. Nixon. It's a courtesy on the part of the White House before the ride up to the Capitol. And I want to say to John Chancellor that the weather may be fine up on Capitol Hill, but here on the White House grounds it's pretty nippy and the wind is gusting up to 20 miles an hour. And that's one of the reasons that the President is going to use the old presidential limousine rather than the new spiffy one that the administration just got for about $500,000, because he can be seen better in the old one than he can in the new one, and it's probably a little too cold to stand up in the new one. The new one is made for standing up. The roof slides back. But as I was saying, they'll have coffee inside now in the map room where the walls used to be covered with maps, no longer. That was left over from Roosevelt's day. And that's about what's happening here for the time being.
Coming down the steps, and they're going off toward the railroad station side.
When there is a change of presidents, as of course there is not today, the incoming president goes to the White House and rides from there to here with the outgoing president. And there's always a little scene of handshaking outside. Sometimes it has been a little stiff and formal. It has happened in American history that the outgoing or incoming president really didn't have a great deal of a friendly nature to say to the other one. I remember reading, John, and maybe you did, that when Franklin Roosevelt replaced Herbert Hoover, about all they said to each other in that 2-mile ride from the White House was, "Good morning."
Yeah, that's right. It has been fairly frosty in a lot of those turnovers.
I think Mr. Truman and General Eisenhower.
I was just going to say that the Truman-Eisenhower turnover wasn't the happiest of occasions for Mr. Truman. And Mr. Eisenhower, I think Truman later recollected that Eisenhower was very, very restrained. Now, we're getting members of the Congress who are coming out now. I see Senator Edward Kennedy coming down the stairs there with Senator Alan Cranston. You can see Kennedy isn't wearing a coat in the weather. He's out of our picture now, mingling down there at the bottom of the steps. You can't see him. Other members of the Senate,
Senator Goldwater there in the middle.
Dignitaries that we can see. Members of the Congress have come through the Capitol Rotunda. Senator Tunney coming down the stairs now, and they will be out on the stands here. They don't get to sit down, some of them, a lot of them, along with members of the diplomatic corps. They are allowed to stand, flanking the... There's Senator Mathias in the brown hat, but it looks like Henry Kissinger on the right. Now, that's the famous Henry Kissinger, the most notable celebrity in Washington these days, embracing Senator Mathias of Maryland.
At one of the concerts last night, he was asked for an autograph more than anyone else, John.
Now, we've got a kind of a gadget here that we're going to try to use.
Let me see if you could work that.
This is an electronic device. That's Senator Mathias, and that, I don't know if you can see it on your screens at home. We're trying to make it work. There's Henry Kissinger, right there. And talking to Senator Mac Mathias of Maryland, right there. And Senator Gail McGee there as well. Other members of the House, Senator Claiborne Pell at the top of your picture. Senator Edward Kennedy, Senator Alan Cranston, Kennedy, as we say. That looks like John Connally to me. Certainly does from the back of his head, shaking hands with various members of the... The interesting thing is that Henry Kissinger and John Connally, I assume they shook hands, but it is generally regarded as doctrine around here that if Connally comes into the government, Kissinger will go. Senator Pell saying hello to Kissinger, various other people. Senator Kennedy. Senator Charles Percy of Illinois. Senator Tunney of California.
It looks as if Kissinger is holding a little reception.
Well, it does, doesn't it?
On the inaugural stand, yes.
I'm not sure who that pretty lady is.
Senator Muskie.
Senator Strom Thurmond. That may be Mrs. Thurmond. Yeah, that's Mrs. Strom Thurmond. Senator Brock of Tennessee. As I say, there's more brass, more generals, admirals, senators, congressmen here than on any other occasion in our national life. Senator Fong. And the sun has just come out a little bit. Senator Javits of New York.
John, this is almost certainly the only time when you get so many officials of the government together in one place and it doesn't cost the taxpayers any money.
That's right. The inaugural will cost the taxpayers about $1.5 million.
Well, this ceremony here at the Capitol is paid for by the government, but the overall inaugural, they say, will make a profit. It must be the only thing the government does that makes a profit. And whatever they make, if they make any, will go to charity, they say.
They gave money the last time to Children's Hospital, to the National Park Service, and to a couple of other charitable organizations, but the Republicans also held on to about $270,000 themselves, which was seed money to start this one.
Right.
And then what they did was they went out and they borrowed another $2.5 or $3 million, And based on the sale of all these things, they're selling tickets and souvenirs. They hope to pay it back.
They say the sales have been going very well. They've been advertising them on local television stations, selling license tags and this and that, seats along the parade route.
Well, they're very highly organized, these people, and it occurred to me the other day that they organized themselves very tightly and won the election, and they've been acting as though they want to win the inaugural. They've been working so hard. And that, of course, is where the president will take the oath, and the presidential seal just below it, and the Marine Band just below that, and David Brinkley on the right-hand side of your screen.
Right.
Right there.
WSM-TV, Nashville.
Get that thing off me.
Well, we're playing with a gadget we have here.
John has a new toy.
It's a toy.
And
that's
he
where the
just
president
loves
will
it.
be, and that's me.
You going to take that home with you tonight?
Well, I'd like to, but I think it's a wonderful thing, and we'll try to do a lot more of it because we like it, and we'll be back after this word from Borden. It now is just about the time when the president is inside having coffee with the members of the congressional delegation that have come to the White House to get him. All is well here. We're getting a little more sunshine than we'd had before. And we're going now to Richard Valeriani at the White House, South Lawn, to see what's going on there. Dick?
Well, we've just had an added starter for the coffee. Mrs. Mamie Eisenhower, the former First Lady, just arrived, wearing a very bright red outfit. The coffee is going on now. The President and Mrs. Nixon inside with Vice President and Mrs. Agnew, members of the Congressional Escort Committee, and Mrs. Eisenhower. Mrs. Eisenhower will ride up to the Capitol in car number 4 with Mrs. Julie Eisenhower. Mrs. Julie Eisenhower is married to David Eisenhower, Mamie Eisenhower's grandson. He's not here, however. And we have NBC correspondent John Cochran is at the entrance of the law library with someone to interview. John?
Yeah, I don't.
Press corps assembled for the president to come out. The schedule this morning calls for him to come out of there at about, well, 11:30 they're due here, so that would be in about 27 minutes. And they will go inside the Capitol, and at 11:45 the ceremony will begin. We will then have the invocations done by various clergymen. We will have a fanfare of armed forces medley, it says here, and then the president will take the oath of office. And after that, we'll have 4 ruffles and flourishes, hail to the chief, a 21-gun salute, and then Mr. Nixon gets to deliver his inaugural address. And now we do have a picture of John Cochran at the law library entrance. John?
Thank you, John. We're standing here with Ron Ziegler, the president's press secretary. Ron, what's been the president's schedule since he went to the inaugural concert last night?
Well, the president and the First Family enjoyed the concerts last night. When they returned to the White House, the president went to the Lincoln Setting Room and spent some time there finishing work on his inaugural address, which he'll deliver here in just a few moments. This morning he got up just before 8 o'clock and had a light breakfast and continued the work on the address for today.
What is his mood? You've described it as good. Can you elaborate?
Well, of course, I would describe it as good because it is, but he's looking forward to today's activities, not only the significance of the swearing-in ceremony and the significance of this moment here at the Capitol, but also this is a day where he has a chance to spend time with many members of his family from across the country and also friends from across the country, and he's looking forward to that also.
Well, he doesn't view the second inaugural as a waste of time in any fashion. He views it, I take it, as a chance to talk to the American people.
Well, it's a chance to talk to the American people, and it's a chance to look ahead to the next 4 years and to the future of this country. And he certainly does not take it for granted. He looks at it as a very important moment in his term in the presidency and in history.
his address is shorter this time than 4 years ago. Why is that?
Well, because when he finished writing it, it turned out shorter. The address in 1969 was some 2,000 words, and the delivery time was 19 minutes. This year, the address will be about 1,700 words and will be less than 19 minutes, probably around 15 minutes in delivery.
Okay, thank you. We've been talking with Ron Ziegler, the press secretary to the president. Now back to John Chancellor.
The president, according to word that we've received earlier, and I'm amplifying what Ron Ziegler said, regards this as an extremely important address. Nonetheless, it will be less lengthy than the one before, and we're not sure what he will say about Vietnam, but there are indications that he won't say anything about the serious peace negotiations that are going on now in Paris, following his rule that they will not comment on those negotiations until they're concluded. Now we'll go to Richard Valeriani on the South Lawn of the White House.
You're quite right about that, John. The president will not go into the details of the negotiations, but he will talk about Vietnam in some fashion, probably as a problem that's essentially behind us now. Newsmen and photographers have been called out here on the South Lawn to await the departure of the president. The 2 or 3 black Mariahs, the open limousines that the Secret Service agents ride in, have pulled up and are ready to go. The presidential limousine is standing by there. The old presidential limousine, as I pointed out, not the new one. And since the Kennedy assassination, the closed car has become a tradition, and it will probably remain that way. George Washington was first in war, first in peace, and the first president to ride horseback to his inauguration. While Thomas Jefferson was said to be an admirer of good horseflesh, he tied up his horse and walked to his first inauguration in keeping with his belief in the leveling principles of democracy. Most of the other presidents rode to their inaugurations in horse-drawn carriages, like this one taking William McKinley to the Capitol. This was the first inauguration captured in motion pictures, and the film was copyrighted by Thomas Edison. On March 4th, 1921, President Warren Harding broke tradition and rode to his inauguration in a horseless carriage, the first president to ride to his inauguration in a car. Harding established a new tradition, the open car. It was broken in 1937 when Franklin Delano Roosevelt rode to his second inauguration in a closed car. But it was rainy weather, not danger, that prompted the change. Roosevelt, seeing the cheering crowds in the street, rode back to the White House in an open car, despite the rain. The open car finally gave way to the bubble-top limousine used by President Eisenhower when he was in office, and first used for an inauguration by John Kennedy in 1961. And the bubble top will be used again today so that the people along the parade route will have a good chance to see Mr. and Mrs. Nixon. And now a report from Cassie Mackin, who's at the Capitol Rotunda.
Right now, the diplomatic corps is passing through the rotunda on its way to the inauguration. And just beyond the diplomatic corps, I don't know whether you can see or not, is Governor George Wallace of Alabama, who just came through and is waiting to go on out to the front of the Capitol. Earlier, we had the House members come through and the members of the Senate. And just over there beyond the diplomatic corps is Maurice Stans, who was the financial director of the President's Committee for Re-election, as well as Herb Klein, who was the communications advisor to the President, and Ray Price, who was a speechwriter to President Nixon. I guess we've seen most of official Washington come through here this morning. It's good if you like to watch celebrities. Other than that, we won't actually be seeing the President come through here. The President and the Vice President will go to the front of the Capitol through a small anteroom just off here. But the diplomatic corps is just about finished, and that's about it, the way it is right here at the Rotunda. Now back to John Chancellor.
In addition to the diplomatic corps, those who get these super excellent seats here on the inaugural stand are the members of the Supreme Court, members of the Cabinet, various other officials of the government, friends of the President and the Vice President. They each have, if I remember the figure right, they have 5,000 tickets to this. Is that right? 5,000? Did you see that?
Who does?
President and Vice President.
I haven't seen it.
I think that's right. Each member of Congress gets
150 for senators.
150.
66 for House.
President and Vice President get 5,000.
5,000.
Right. And on both sides of the inaugural stand itself, stretching out both ways, is a long extension full of seats, already filled up, most of it. As we have said, those are the only free seats for anything the entire weekend. Everything else, if you're invited, you pay for it. Beginning with a reception for Mr. Agnew, Thursday night.
That's
that cost $10. The inaugural ball tonight is $40. Unless you buy a box, which is $1,000. So it's, as we say, they expect, as you said, they expect to not only win the election, but win the inaugural and come out with a profit.
They used to, the first inaugural, as we said, was in New York on Wall Street. The second one was in Congress Hall in Philadelphia. That was John Adams, I think, in 1793. And until 1817, all the inaugurals held in this city were held either in the Senate chamber or the House chamber. But in 1817, the Senate got into a fight with the House, and they couldn't decide, and they've had many fights since along these lines, they couldn't decide which chamber would be used for the inaugural, so James Madison went outside on a temporary wooden platform. They were having a lot of problems in those days because the British had burned the inside of the White House, of the Congress, and it wasn't in very good shape. He went outside, and there's the president now leaving the White House. And here's Richard Valeriani.
Oh, the president surprised us all. He came out 10 minutes early. They weren't scheduled to go up until about 11:20. He's already in the limousine. He's wearing semi-formal dress. That's Senator Marlowe Cook of Kentucky getting in now, along with Senator Howard Cannon of Nevada. They are the co-chairmen of the Joint Congressional Inaugural Activities Committee. The president, as I say, in semi-formal dress, Mrs. Nixon in a teal green coat. That's like turquoise green. The president wearing a club jacket and striped trousers and a four-in-hand tie. And now the limousine moves off. The other members of the escort committee will be coming out to take them up. The president and Mrs. Nixon waving already to some of the newsmen and White House staff people that they know. This is the old bubble-top limousine that will afford a pretty good view of the president as he drives up, and then as he comes back. President, as you can probably see, sitting in the back. The two senators in the so-called jump seats right behind the chauffeur. Off behind, out of camera range, the Vice President Agnew has just gotten into his limousine with Mrs. Agnew. They're accompanied by Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield and House Minority Leader Gerald Ford, a Republican, plus the Speaker of the House, Carl Albert of Oklahoma. The presidential motorcade is lining up here on the south lawn of the White House. This is the first time, by the way, that the President of the United States, or a president going up for his inaugural, has left from the south portico. This is the so-called diplomatic entrance, facing the ellipse and the Washington Monument, and normally they leave from the north. Tricia Nixon Cox and her husband Edward Cox have just come out of the White House and into car number 3 for the ride up to the Capitol, and they'll be accompanied by, or are being accompanied by, Congressman Leslie Aarons, a Republican of Illinois, who is the House Republican whip. He's a senior Republican in the House. He was not supposed to be here. The member of the escort committee who was supposed to be here is the new Democratic Majority Leader, Tip O'Neill. And now, the President's sitting waiting as the other members come out. There's Mrs. Eisenhower in a bright red costume, getting into car number 4, along with Mrs. Julie Eisenhower. Julie's husband David is serving with the Navy in the 6th Fleet and will not be here today. And Senator Hugh Scott of Pennsylvania, the Senate Minority Leader, will ride in that car, car number 4. Now there is the President's limousine starting to move down the south, off the south lawn. In front of the President are lined up 3 convertibles, open convertibles, with Secret Service agents. He's swinging by them now. A Metropolitan D.C. police escort will lead him up to the Capitol. We thought there were going to be motorcycles, but they're not in sight yet. They're just 2 police cars. The motorcycles may pick him up out on 17th Street and E Street, just behind the White House. The President is chatting with the 2 senators who are the head of the committee that has come to take him up to the Capitol. This is the 4th time he has gone to the Capitol. There is the motorcycle escort waiting outside to take the President, to lead the President's motorcade up to the Capitol. This is the 4th time that he's gone up, and now there's John Chancellor at the Capitol.
And here you see the stands beginning to fill up now with the people who will be seated near the President when he takes the oath of office. Somewhere behind them is the Cabinet and various other members. There's Herbert Klein, the Director of Communications. And there's Governor George Wallace inside. There you see Governor Wallace in his wheelchair. He's been here in town for a day or 2. All of us remember the tragic day earlier this year when Governor Wallace was wounded by a would-be assassin, and he is recovering. He works very hard at that, and he has come here, been invited to the inaugural. Governor Wallace. Now we're outside again. That's John Ehrlichman, the famous John Ehrlichman, one of President Nixon's very closest associates, the chairman of the Domestic Council. David Waters of the State Department. Bob Hope of show business. That's the President on Pennsylvania Avenue behind a phalanx of motorcycles. They're just coming out now of West Executive Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue, 17th Street just beyond. He will be reviewing the parade from here. There's the presidential limousine now pulling into Pennsylvania Avenue, the Secret Service car behind. And the 47th inaugural of an American president is now officially and formally underway. There's Mrs. Nixon, the president to her right. They get to run all the lights all the way up to the Capitol.
The traffic lights in the middle of the street, and there are a great many, have all been taken out and the holes plugged up until the parade is over, and then of course they'll put them back.
Well, it'll take them a few minutes to get up here to Capitol Hill, and we're going to pause now for a word from Eastern Airlines. The president on his way now to the Capitol, and we're going to take a look at some members of his administration here on the inaugural stand. Attorney General Kleindienst just turning away there, and that's George Romney, who is leaving the cabinet. Arthur Burns back there. Maurice Stans, Secretary of State Rogers, who is staying on. George Shultz, a kind of super cabinet member with responsibility for all the money in the federal government. Peter Brennan, the new Secretary of Labor designate. The Chief Justice, Warren Burger. Donald Rumsfeld, who's going to NATO as ambassador. Now, we're looking at the Capitol up Pennsylvania Avenue, and there you see the presidential motorcade, and you can see how far he has come and how far he's got to go. Again, back to the stand here, other people coming in. Leonard Garment, one of the president's personal advisors, all getting organized here. That's Tom Clark, former member of the Supreme Court, the father of Ramsey Clark, former Attorney General. Some of the clergymen here who will be giving the invocation. Bob Hope, who has been performing here as well as a guest of at the inaugural. And there again, there's President, picking up speed a little bit now. Should be here at the Capitol in just a few minutes. There's Billy Graham, one of the president's spiritual advisors. They're all here. There's just hardly anybody missing. As David Brinkley said, George McGovern is in London, but everybody else who's on the president's side is here today. Earl Butts, the Secretary of Agriculture, another super cabinet member. And they're at the bottom of Capitol Hill now. Police getting people out of the way. The presidential procession just reaching the bottom of the hill and starting up. It's interesting that there is no machinery in the American government to notify a man that he has won the presidency. It is assumed that he would read it in the newspapers, or maybe later hear it on the radio, or maybe even get it on television. But the notification, the first official contact, I suppose, is when the senatorial delegation picked him up at the White House and said, "You're going to be the next president." Before then, this morning, he doesn't get a letter, he doesn't get certification. And when he walks into the Senate chamber here, or walks into the Capitol here, he will be, with his vice president, notified that they will be president and vice president for 4 more years. Having prepared himself for this, he will then deliver a little speech. There he is, onto the Capitol grounds now. One branch of government, the executive branch, going to another branch of government, the legislative branch, for one of the most honored ceremonies in American history.
Those are the only cars coming into the Capitol grounds this morning, not stopped and asked for credentials.
That's right. That's a Secret Service man getting out. Then you'll see Senator Cannon, Senator Howard Cannon of Nevada, I think. Senator Marlowe Cook, the gray-haired man there from Kentucky. And the Nixons. right, they're inside now. It's possible that one of those cars may have the Vice President and Mrs. Agnew, accompanied by members, I guess, of their family.
The driveway they're in now is behind the inaugural stand. Behind it and to some extent under it.
As you can see.
Now you can see. They'll go inside, up, and then come out.
These may be, although we're not absolutely certain, members of family, people related in one way or another to the Agnews or to the Nixons, and I think maybe that was the chairman of the inaugural committee, Howard Marriott. They had a special charter flight come out from California with relatives of Mr. and Mrs. Nixon. There's Governor Wallace. Now, he is at the moment underneath the inaugural stand.
John, did you notice a minute ago walking in behind some of the family, a man carrying pillows, blankets, and an umbrella?
Is that so?
Yeah.
Well, it's cold enough out there if you have to sit there for a while. Despite the fact that he's working very, very hard in physical therapy, Governor Wallace went to the Democratic Convention this year, went to the Apollo 17 space shot, and is now here for the inauguration. As you can see, Capitol Plaza now quite full. The areas where there aren't people are where people are not supposed to be. The flags in Washington at half-mast for another few days in memory of former President Harry S. Truman. There are the cars the president didn't ride in his party, the open cars. These pictures being taken by our camera, which is on the roof of the Senate wing. You're looking across the east front of the Capitol toward the House of Representatives.
There are cameras on the roof and also lots of policemen with binoculars watching.
Now, I think this is inside, and this is the rotunda, I believe, or nearby. And this is the honor guard that will watch the president and the vice president, their wives, and the members of their family as they go out on the stand. It must be a moment of extraordinary satisfaction for a man to be elected President of the United States at this moment, but we could speculate that it might even be more impressive the second time around.
One of the Nixon, I guess it was Tricia, was saying the other night the president was particularly pleased with this because he will no longer be a minority president.
That's right.
Last time he didn't get a majority of the votes.
That's right.
This time he
got practically all.
Certainly did.
All right, now, while we're waiting for the coverage, you see Paul Duke of our staff there. Paul, stand up and talk, Mr. Duke.
We're down by the podium and momentarily expecting the arrival of the presidential party. As I look around, I can see numerous prominent people who've been invited by the presidential family, as well as leaders of Congress and members of Congress. Sitting immediately in front of me is the president's cabinet, or the appointees who have just been named to the cabinet and are now awaiting Senate confirmation. Off to the side, Bob Hope, who's been an old NBC star, has been standing shaking hands with many of the distinguished people who've been arriving for today's ceremony. We now see, too, a number of the president's friends who are sitting up in the stands. There is Billy Graham. There is the president's brother, Edward Nixon, who incidentally is not sitting in the immediate presidential, in the immediate podium area where the immediate family will be sitting. A short while ago, some of the inaugural committee leaders came out and brought blue flannel blankets and put over the chairs because there is a stiff wind which is blowing in from the east. And they obviously put these here so that those who may be a little chilly, because this is a chilly day, might need them. And now, John, back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you very much. The cheering you heard a moment ago was when the sun came out, just briefly, and looking at the clouds, it looks as though it's getting a bit thicker, but there is a patch of blue here and there. There have been numerous jokes around town that when President Nixon would speak, a shaft of light would come down from the sky and illuminate him, or the Holy Grail would appear, and various, I think, characteristically irreverent things are being said about it. Now, there's the widow of the former President Eisenhower, Mamie Eisenhower, a close friend of the Nixon family, and the Coxes, Mr. and Mrs. Cox, President's son and son-in-law and daughter, Mrs. shaking hands with Bob Hope.
It's not dead. I could hear it very faintly.
Mrs. Cox.
Far in the background.
Mr. Cox. Julie Eisenhower. Don't see her husband.
I can hear the director, but I can't hear a program. I think it's
Mrs. Eisenhower is very often at ceremonial occasions with the Nixons. They've stayed in close touch with her since now President Nixon served her husband as vice president for 2 terms. She's shaking hands with members of the cabinet now, as is her granddaughter-in-law, Mrs. Eisenhower, and Mr. and Mrs. Cox. Almost everyone in those stands now is seated, only a few latecomers coming and going, and of course it will be cleared by the time the president and the vice president and their party come down those steps. Just the final sorting out. Mrs. Eisenhower in the front row right there, the Chief Justice right there, and the clergyman who will give the various prayers to be offered here today will be right over there. Other members of the cabinet in this area. And inside the Capitol, under the dome, is the president and the vice president. I don't know what this picture is, but I assume it's inside the Capitol. Now, as we said before, we'll see the president coming along here. This is the honor guard waiting for him. Actually, this is just outside the Capitol, not just inside. A breezy day in Washington. And we will... There's Mrs. Agnew, Judy Agnew, coming out to take her place. They're running just a minute or two behind schedule, not badly. Mrs. Agnew is a very popular lady in Washington. Now we're waiting for the President and the Vice President. And there is Mrs. Nixon. The President still in the President's room inside the Capitol. No, it won't be long now, and then it'll begin.
The crowd here rose to its feet when Mrs. Nixon came in.
And there we can see the Vice President. He's not wearing a top coat, wearing what is called a short club coat, a dark coat, striped collar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States.
Leaders of the House and the Senate, having helped escort the Vice President there. You saw Speaker Albert, Majority Leader Mansfield, Gerald Ford, some latecomers coming in now.
That voice you hear making the announcements is Senator Marlowe Cook of Kentucky, who's chairman of the Congressional Inaugural Committee.
The President will be escorted by Senator Cook, Senator Cannon. It's cold in some parts of town, waiting there. Here are two young people who've solved the problem their own way. So now it just remains to wait for the President, who will be escorted by the leaders of the congressional branch. They're now about a minute ahead of schedule, as a matter of fact. These things are never run too precisely, and there is, coming out of the Capitol, the President of the United States, Richard M. Nixon, on his way to his second inaugural.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
invocation will be given by Dr. Edward V. Hill of the California State Baptist Convention, pastor of Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church in Los Angeles. First, we'll hear from Senator Cook, who is, as we say, co-chairman of the Joint Congressional Inaugural Committee.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, my fellow citizens, I present for our invocation today Dr. E. V. Hill. Dr. Hill.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we thank Thee for the privilege of prayer. With this privilege, we offer to You thanks for life and for abundant material and spiritual blessings. We thank Thee for the indications of peace. We thank You for the various and varied people of our nation, their unique contributions and heritage. We pray that all of us will more and more learn to live together, sharing with one another. We thank Thee for our nation, its leadership, and for the process by which our leadership is chosen. Along with our thanks, our Father, we acknowledge and confess our sins against You and against one another. Help us to become more sensitive to that which offends Thee and hurts us. Father, our dependence upon Thee is evident. Though we have sought peace, we have wars. Though we have plenty, there is hunger. And though we are children of one Father, we have seen hatred, malice, envy, and strife. Thus we plead for Your spiritual healing of the land. Fill us with Thy Holy Spirit, that we may witness a great spiritual awakening. Our prayers today, Father, are especially for our nation's president, President Richard Nixon, and his family. Protect and bless them, we pray. Reveal by Your Spirit in his mind Your will for this hour. Give to him vision to see and discern, ears to hear, a heart to feel, and courage to take a stand. As we join him today in victory and joy, may we as a people also commit ourselves to join him in the more difficult days of the future, that as president he will not stand alone. I pray for Vice President Agnew and all of the people of the branches of government. We pray for godly peace among our leaders and a godly fear on their parts as they remember the certainty of their accountability to You and to their fellow men. Grant, O God, that we see this year the commencement of a generation of peace among all of the peoples of the world. Grant these blessings, our Father, in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
We will now be favored with the inaugural fanfare, expressly written and presented by the outstanding Marine Corps Band under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Dale Harpham. Colonel. Seymour Siegel will now lead us in prayer. Rabbi?
O Lord, creator of all beginnings, we thank you for the opportunity of starting anew. Today, those we have chosen to lead our country, President Richard Nixon and Vice President Spiro Agnew, pledge again their commitment to serve you and this great and blessed nation. Grant them the wisdom to understand their true task, the courage to pursue it, and the health and vigor to persist in it. O Lord, source of all peace, we ask you with all our hearts that we be granted peace, for which we all yearn. Bless us and our leaders with harmony, vision, and strength of purpose, so that we may better fulfill our responsibilities to you and to our fellow man. Bring us nearer to you, and thus closer to each other. For next to being your children, our greatest privilege is that we are brothers of each other. On this historic occasion, we praise you in ancient words of blessing. Baruch atah, blessed are you, O Lord our God, King of the universe, asher chalak mikvodo libasar vadam, who shares a portion of his glory with mortal man. Amen.
Professor of Theology at the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York City. The next item is the oath of office to the Vice President, given by the Chief Justice.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, I present now the distinguished Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable Warren Burger, who will administer the oath of office to the Vice President.
Mr. Vice President, would you please, with your left hand on the Bible and your right hand raised, repeat after me. I, Spiro Theodore Agnew, solemnly swear.
I, Spiro Theodore Agnew, solemnly swear
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
That I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
We will now have a prayer by His Eminence Yakovus.
O triune God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, the Creator and the Redeemer and the Comforter of all, who art present everywhere and fillest all things, bless, we beseech thee, our President and Vice President, who in apparent recognition of the awesome responsibilities of their offices stand reverently before thee, anticipating the fullness of thy grace and of thy wisdom. Immerse their minds in the radiant spirit of thy truth, their hearts in the tenderness of thy love, their conscience in the purity of thy sanctity, their will in the light of thy commandments, their whole being in the bounties of thy infinite mercies, and vest them with the splendor of thy omnipotence, so that they may overcome the wiles of the adversary and fearlessly and victoriously respond to the prayerful expectations of our people and of the peoples throughout the world. For we wrestle, our Lord, not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and against powers, against wickedness in high places, conspiring and aiming at the destruction of the image, the conscience, and the soul of man, for whom thou hast shed thy blood upon the cross. Illumine, Almighty One, our President, Richard Nixon, to clearly perceive reality, even though it is blurred by both confusion and disfigurement of truth. Give him the vision to discern thy presence and suffering, where anguish and pain take their heaviest toll, and gird him with the ability to ever renew his commitment to thee and to the exploited and suffering ones. For thou hast commanded us to be ever alert and duty-bound and concerned in our fellow men's painful quest for justice and freedom and dignity and peace. And to thee, our only master and servant of men, do we ascribe glory and adoration now and unto ages of ages. Amen.
Archbishop Iakovos presides over the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of North and South America.
It will be our pleasure now to hear a presentation of America the Beautiful by the Combined Services Academy Chorus.
That all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty, do
highly resolve that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Now, fellow Americans, the Honorable Chief Justice will administer the oath of office to the President of the United States of America. Mr. Chief Justice.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chief Justice, Senator Cook, Mrs. Eisenhower, and my fellow citizens of this great and good country we share together. When we met here 4 years ago, America was bleak in spirit, depressed by the prospect of seemingly endless war abroad and of destructive conflict at home. As we meet here today, we stand on the threshold of a new era of peace in the world. The central question before us is, how shall we use that peace? Let us resolve that this era we are about to enter will not be what other post-war periods have so often been, a time of retreat and isolation that leads to stagnation at home and invites new danger abroad. Let us resolve that this will be what it can become, a time of great responsibilities greatly borne, in which we renew the spirit and the promise of America as we enter our third century as a nation. This past year saw far-reaching results from our new policies for peace. By continuing to revitalize our traditional friendships and by our missions to Peking and to Moscow, we were able to establish the base for a new and more durable pattern of relationships among the nations of the world. Because of America's bold initiatives, 1972 will be long remembered as the year of the greatest progress since the end of World War II toward a lasting peace in the world. The peace we seek in the world is not the flimsy peace which is merely an interlude between wars, but a peace which can endure for generations to come. It is important that we understand both the necessity and the limitations of America's role in maintaining that peace. Unless we in America work to preserve the peace, there will be no peace. Unless we in America work to preserve freedom, there will be no freedom. But let us clearly understand the new nature of America's role as a result of the new policies we have adopted over these past 4 years. We shall respect our treaty commitments. We shall support vigorously the principle that no country has the right to impose its will or rule on another by force. We shall continue in this era of negotiation to work for the limitation of nuclear arms and to reduce the danger of confrontation between the great powers. We shall do our share in defending peace and freedom in the world, but we shall expect others to do their share. The time has passed when America will make every other nation's conflict our own, or make every other nation's future our responsibility, or presume to tell the people of other nations how to manage their own affairs. Just as we respect the right of each nation to determine its own future, we also recognize the responsibility of each nation to secure its own future. Just as America's role is indispensable in preserving the world's peace, so is each nation's role indispensable in preserving its own peace. Together with the rest of the world, let us resolve to move forward from the beginnings we have made. Let us continue to bring down the walls of hostility which have divided the world for too long, and to build in their place bridges of understanding, so that despite profound differences between systems of government, the people of the world can be friends. Let us build a structure of peace in the world in which the weak are as safe as the strong, in which each respects the right of the other to live by a different system, in which those who would influence others will do so by the strength of their ideas and not by the force of their arms. Let us accept that high responsibility, not as a burden, but gladly. Gladly, because the chance to build such a peace is the noblest endeavor in which a nation could engage. And gladly also, because only if we act greatly in meeting our responsibilities abroad, will we remain a great nation. And only if we remain a great nation will we act greatly in meeting our challenges at home. We have the chance today to do more than ever before in our history to make life better in America, to ensure better education, better health, better housing, better transportation, a cleaner environment, to restore respect for law, to make our communities more livable, and to ensure the God-given right of every American to full and equal opportunity. because the range of our needs is so great, because the reach of our opportunities is so great, let us be bold in our determination to meet those needs in new ways. Just as building a structure of peace abroad has required turning away from old policies that had failed, so building a new era of progress at home requires turning away from old policies that have failed. Abroad, the shift from old policies to new has not been a retreat from our responsibilities, but a better way to peace. And at home, the shift from old policies to new will not be a retreat from our responsibilities, but a better way to progress. Abroad and at home, the key to those new responsibilities lies in the placing and the division of responsibility. We have lived too long with the consequences of attempting to gather all power and responsibility in Washington. Abroad and at home, the time has come to turn away from the condescending policies of paternalism, of Washington knows best. A person can be expected to act responsibly only if he has responsibility. This is human nature. So let us encourage individuals at home and nations abroad to do more for themselves, to decide more for themselves. Let us locate responsibility in more places. And let us measure what we will do for others by what they will do for themselves. That is why today I offer no promise of a purely governmental solution for every problem. We have lived too long with that false promise. In trusting too much in government, we have asked of it more than it can deliver. This leads only to inflated expectations, to reduced individual effort, and to a disappointment and frustration that erode confidence both in what government can do and in what people can do. Government must learn to take less from people so that people can do more for themselves. Let us remember that America was built not by government but by people, not by welfare but by work, not by shirking responsibility but by seeking responsibility. In our own lives, let each of us ask, not just what will government do for me, but what can I do for myself? In the challenges we face together, let each of us ask, not just how can government help, but how can I help? Your national government has a great and vital role to play. And I pledge to you that where this government should act, we will act boldly and we will lead boldly. But just as important is the role that each and every one of us must play as an individual and as a member of his own community. From this day forward, let each of us make a solemn commitment in his own heart to bear his responsibility, to do his part, to live his ideals, so that together we can see the dawn of a new age of progress for America. And together, as we celebrate our 200th anniversary as a nation, we can do so proud in the fulfillment of our promise to ourselves and to the world. As America's longest and most difficult war comes to an end, let us again learn to debate our differences with civility and decency. And let each of us reach out for that one precious quality government cannot provide: a new level of respect for the rights and feelings of one another, a new level of respect for the individual human dignity which is the cherished birthright of every American. Above all else, the time has come for us to renew our faith in ourselves and in America. In recent years, that faith has been challenged. Our children have been taught to be ashamed of their country, ashamed of their parents, ashamed of America's record at home and its role in the world. At every turn, we have been beset by those who find everything wrong with America and little that is right. But I am confident that this will not be the judgment of history on these remarkable times in which we are privileged to live. America's record in this century has been unparalleled in the world's history for its responsibility, for its generosity, for its creativity, and for its progress. Let us be proud that our system has produced and provided more freedom and more abundance, more widely shared than any system in the history of the world. Let us be proud that in each of the 4 wars in which we have been engaged in this century, including the one we are now bringing to an end, we have fought not for our selfish advantage, but to help others resist aggression. And let us be proud that by our bold new initiatives, by our steadfastness for peace with honor, we have made a breakthrough toward creating in the world what the world has not known before: a structure of peace that can last, not merely for our time, but for generations to come. We are embarking here today on an era that presents challenges as great as those any nation or any generation has ever faced. We shall answer to God, to history, and to our conscience for the way in which we use these years. As I stand in this place, so hallowed by history, I think of others who have stood here before me. I think of the dreams they had for America. And I think of how each recognized that he needed help far beyond himself in order to make those dreams come true. Today, I ask your prayers that in the years ahead, I may have God's help in making decisions that are right for America. And I pray for your help so that together we may be worthy of our challenge. Let us pledge together to make these next 4 years the best 4 years in America's history, so that on its 200th birthday, America will be as young and as vital as when it began, and as bright a beacon of hope for all the world. Let us go forward from here, confident in hope, strong in our faith in one another, sustained by our faith in God who created us, and striving always to serve his purpose.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, our benediction will be given this day by Cardinal Terence J. Cook.
Heavenly Father, loving God of our fathers, on this inauguration day, we thank you for all the blessings you have bestowed upon our nation and our people. We thank you for the vast resources of our land, the lofty hopes and ideals of our citizens, the devotion and dedication of those who bear the responsibility of public service. Heavenly Father, as we approach the second centenary of our freedom and independence, our gratitude for the past carries with it an earnest prayer for the future. We have yet so much to accomplish. There are even now so many of your blessings not yet adequately shared, so many of our hopes and aspirations still to be fulfilled. Help us to succeed in the great continuing task of assuring a fuller life, true liberty, real peace, and perfect human dignity for all. Heavenly Father, our nation's motto proclaims that we trust in you. Help us to realize the full meaning of this trust. Deepen our awareness that without you, even our best effort is as nothing. Without your help, we simply cannot achieve our hopes and our ideals. Heavenly Father, bless our President and our Vice President, who today dedicate themselves to 4 years of service to all the people of this nation. Give them in these difficult days wisdom and understanding, patience and courage. Heavenly Father, our nation yearns for peace. Help us to achieve true peace at home and abroad, and to be an example of a peace-loving, peace-making people to the nations of the world. We are pledged to be one nation under God. Bless every effort of our leaders to make us one, and keep all of us, Heavenly Father, under the protection of your abiding and never-failing love. Amen.
Bishop Terence Cardinal Cook of the Archdiocese of New York. Been a friend of the President's for about 20 years.
May I suggest to our guests on the platform that when the ceremonies are concluded, they remain in their chairs until our honored guests have left the platform. Fellow Americans, the inauguration of a president is more than a tradition of ceremony. It is an opportunity to recommit our nation to the ideals of liberty and peace upon which it was founded. And with this thought in mind, we will now be favored by Miss Ethel Ennis, who will sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Miss Ennis.
Oh, say, can you see at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was
lunch, and then they'll go back to the White House, the official party, and they'll review the parade. Paul Duke is in the inaugural stand now with the Secretary-Designate of Defense, Elliot Richardson. Paul?
Mr. Secretary, did the President's speech today mean that peace is finally at hand in Vietnam?
I think it was very clear that he is highly hopeful that we can look forward to an early end. I really wouldn't want to try to elaborate on what he said, but I think it was impressively evident that he is looking forward to the opportunity to build on an era of peace.
He did not specifically mention Vietnam today. Was that deliberate?
I'm sure it must have been. He did refer, of course, to the longest and in many ways most difficult war in our history. And I'm sure could have been no mistaking what he was referring to.
But the President's remarks today certainly implied, as he said it rather specifically, in fact, that we are on the threshold of peace. Is there now a possibility that an agreement will be signed in Paris next week?
I really ought not to try to speculate or elaborate on this, Paul. You very well know the situation is still a delicate one, and I'm sure that the understandings on both sides as to what will and will not be said are important to the way it goes forward.
But certainly it indicated significant progress.
I certainly feel that, and I'm sure the President intended to communicate that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. The Secretary of Defense Designate, Elliot Richardson, and now back to you, John, in the booth.
Something ought to be said about Ethel Ennis. Brinkley and I have talked it over, and we've decided that we thought that was the best rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner we have ever heard.
I've never heard it sung better.
She's from Baltimore, Maryland, and the Vice President is a big fan of hers. She used to sing on the Arthur Godfrey Show. We heard her earlier this year at the Republican Convention in Miami, but I think that I just must say I've never heard it better sung. It was a moment of just magic here, because here in these stands, nobody moved, nobody talked. It's an awkward, difficult, hard song to sing. She hit all the high notes, and well, good for her.
Some little interpretations of her own.
That's
and
right.
They were just beautiful.
Now that I would like to have as the definitive version.
So would I.
The President spoke at about the length of John Kennedy in 1961, at about the length of Lyndon Johnson in 1964. As Paul Duke pointed out, he did not mention Vietnam, and he didn't mention very much else specifically.
He didn't mention Vietnam by name, but I think, as you know, John, and maybe some of our listeners don't know yet, the President stayed up until 1:30 last night and then got up early this morning to work on his speech. It wasn't finished until the middle of the morning. And so every word he said in here on the war, of course, was carefully and meticulously chosen. He consulted with Henry Kissinger before he said this, and what he said was that the war is now ending. He didn't give a date or didn't give any details, but he referred to it as being now ending. And so we assume he means what he said. It was interesting to note, I thought, that the loudest applause he got during the speech, I think it was the loudest, was when he said the time has passed that we will make every nation's conflict our conflict, or make every nation's future our responsibility, or presume to tell the people of other nations how to manage their own affairs. It was generally a low-key speech. It was not full of what they call applause lines, that is, zingers or socko lines, which are guaranteed to produce applause. He didn't do that. It was a somewhat quiet speech, not excited, but nevertheless, that got substantial applause. And also, I noticed you marked it there, too.
Well, I marked that, and I also marked that obviously must be interpreted as a continuation of the Nixon doctrine, in which we will pull back a little bit abroad. There's no other real way to say it simply. It always has to be cloaked in promises that we will support our treaty obligations, that we will work as hard as we can around the world for freedom and peace, as the President said. Nevertheless, diplomats who were here today obviously would have to interpret the sentence that David just read to you as indicating a kind of a pullback of the involvement of the American government around the world. And the other significant sentence, I think, in the speech is domestic, where he said, "I offer no promise of a purely governmental solution for every problem. We have lived too long," said the President, "with that false promise," his words. "In trusting too much to government, we have asked of it more than it can deliver." And that will be the subject of endless analyses, it seems to me, because that indicates quite clearly a pulling back of federal power at home as well as abroad.
Well, Elliot Richardson, whom we had on a minute ago talking about the war, retiring as Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare and moving to take charge of the Pentagon in a press conference, when was it, Thursday, John? Said as head of HEW, which is the government's welfare, education, and health agency, the federal establishment through HEW had for a long time been misleading people into believing that all of these problems could be solved by government. And he put it very strongly and said it raises the, I can't remember his exact words now, but it raises questions about our ability to govern ourselves. He saw it as a serious crisis in American society. Apparently Mr. Nixon sees it the same way. As he got more applause today, you noticed, when he said government must take less from the people so people can do more for themselves. The audience obviously liked that quite a lot.
We'll be back with more coverage, lots more coverage of the inaugural in Washington today, including the parade and many other things, after this word from Borden's. We're going to go now inside the Capitol, into the Capitol Rotunda, where Catherine Mackin is there with Senator Charles Percy of Illinois.
Senator Percy, do you think that finally peace is at hand from what the President said in his speech, or how do you interpret it?
I feel quite confident the President would not build up false optimism. He really talked about literally going into phase 2 now, the post-war period, and his thoughts were all conditioned on the fact the war is at long last over.
Still, there was nothing finally concrete in it, was there?
No, but the implications are very strong, and I think that he would not make those implications if he did not feel that it was over. I had a lovely talk with Dr. Kissinger and with his wonderful father just before the inaugural service, and certainly his father expressed the feelings of all America. May this war come to an end now.
And Dr. Kissinger, did he express anything concrete about what we can expect in Vietnam?
I didn't feel it appropriate to ask Dr. Kissinger. I have had long talks with him. I feel that we all feel now we are finally ending this tragic war.
About the domestic side of the President's inaugural, what do you think he means by the business of doing things for ourselves and whatever that was?
Well, I suppose you could go back to the adage that we'd all believe in, God helps those that help themselves, and now we can say government will help those that help themselves, individuals as well as nations.
Do you think that's a hold down on new legislation?
I think it's a matter of the President's very strong feeling that individual initiative should not be stifled by the heavy hand of government, and that government can do a certain amount, but it can't do the whole job. We must do a lot for ourselves.
Thank you, Senator Percy. And now back to John and David. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Schedule now calls for lunch inside with members of Congress, guests, the President, the Vice President, their families. And then the parade leaves the Capitol and goes to the White House. What time does the parade start at?
If you'll
1:15.
If you'll talk a little bit, it's around 1:15 Eastern
I think it's
time.
1:15. So they have only about 45 minutes to have, what is it? Let's see, it's roast beef. I've forgotten what else to have. I had the menu here, ending with strawberries and cream, and then a ride down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House.
And they have promised that they're going to get him to the White House by 1:15.
Well,
pledged their sacred honor to get him there at 1:15 so the parade can begin on time. Paul Duke is in the stands with a couple of other people to talk about the speech. Paul?
John, with me is Congressman Wright Patman of Texas, who happens to have been around Congress since 1929, and that makes you, Mr. Patman, the longest-serving member of Congress. Now, you've seen presidents come and go, and you've been to many inaugurations. How did today's compare with some of the others?
This was the 13th inauguration that I have witnessed, It was a beautiful, constructive, inspiring ceremony, and especially the last, the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner out in the open and without music. It was a beautiful ceremony, very constructive.
Were you pleased by the President's remarks on peace today?
Yes, I was very much pleased, and I wish him success. I voted with him practically all the time on his peace efforts. In fact, every time I've been with him on that, and I believe he's going to succeed.
What's the most memorable inauguration you've attended, Mr. Patman?
Franklin D. Roosevelt, 1936.
Why was the 1936 inauguration, why does that stick in your mind so memorably?
Well, because Mr. Roosevelt, he had some very famous remarks, and he just inspired the country into believing that we could have a better life, and he was going to try to make it a better life. Of course, Mr. Nixon said a lot about that today. He made some good remarks on it. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Congressman Patman. Congressman Wright Patman of Texas. And now back to you, John.
Thank you.
13 inaugurals. That's a long time, David, for somebody to have been around this town.
You getting a message there?
No, I'm waiting for you to talk.
Oh. Well, you know, while you were saying that, I was trying to multiply. 4 times 13 is 52. But he hasn't been here 52 years, has he?
Well, maybe he came here as a boy and saw them.
Well, maybe so. In any case, he remembers Roosevelt's as having been, to him, the most inspiring, and he was very pleased with Mr. Nixon's today. We'll be back in a moment after a message from Eastern Airlines.
Well, here we are, back again. We're going to be taking leave, David and I, of this booth in a little while because we're going to see the parade along with you. And Jack Perkins will be seated here for a while to handle some of the pickups we have around town. Reminding that we have reporters at the White House, we have reporters at the Washington Monument grounds where there have been some demonstrations. Last figure on the demonstrations showed that the number of people attending them is increasing. And it just about wraps it up here as far as I can tell. David, do you have any final thoughts?
No, not really any thoughts. The parade begins, as we said, in about 30 minutes from now, goes to the White House. The President stands for the rest of the afternoon in his stand outside the White House, watches the parade till it's over, and then goes inside and puts on his clothes to go to the inaugural ball, his evening clothes. It's, the parade runs 1.5 miles. It's supposed to be over in 1.5 hours, but I wouldn't count on it. It has, according to the figures we have, 11,634 people and 336 horses. So we're going to leave here and go down to the White House.
We said earlier that all the states are represented. Actually, Wyoming and North and South Dakota do not have floats in the parade this year. I'm not quite sure why. I think there was a mix-up in the theme matter of the floats.
Well, the inaugural committee said they were, in their words, this is all I know about it, said these 3 states were unable to come up with entries that fit the theme of the parade, which is the spirit of '76. That's all they said. That's all we know about it.
Well, we'll have a nice parade for you this afternoon, and we're going to check on the demonstrators around town. They're a significant part of this news story today, and for that, here's Jim Hartz.
Tens of thousands of people came from all over the country to be here in Washington today for the inauguration. Most of them came to be a part of or a witness to the ceremony, the parade, and the balls tonight. Others came to demonstrate against the war and against the president. So far, there's been no major trouble, but a few arrests have been made. The gatherings at the Lincoln Memorial and elsewhere are peaceful. There have been reports that some persons might try to disrupt the parade which follows this afternoon. We'll try now to give you a summary of what's happened, at least on the official side of Washington today. The president got up shortly before 8 o'clock this morning, and we were told ate a light breakfast. Ron Ziegler, the president's news secretary, said Mr. Nixon, naturally enough, was in a good mood. He was the host at a coffee, and Vice President Agnew arrived at the White House a few minutes before 11. Mrs. Agnew was with him, as was Mike Mansfield, Majority Leader of the Senate, and Carl Albert, Speaker of the House of Representatives. At the same time, dignitaries were beginning to gather at the Capitol. At the top of the steps, Dr. Henry Kissinger, the president's special negotiator at the secret Paris peace talks, shook hands with senators, representatives, members of the diplomatic corps, and other invited guests. 20 minutes later, at 10 minutes past 11, the president, Mrs. Nixon, and their escorts to the ceremony, Senators Cannon and Cook, emerged from the White House and got into the bubble-top limousine for the mile-and-a-half ride to the Capitol. A moment later, Vice President Agnew and his wife Judy came out, got into the second car. The dress for the inaugural was semi-formal, gray striped pants and club coats. The president's older daughter, Tricia, and her husband, Edward Cox, were next. It's cool in Washington today, and the sky is overcast, but there's been no rain since late yesterday. Julie Eisenhower, the president's other daughter, rode in a car with her husband's grandmother, Mrs. Mamie Eisenhower. Julie's husband, David, is serving with the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean. He's the only member of the first family to be absent from today's festivities. The motorcade also included several carloads of Secret Service agents and Washington police. A motorcycle escort was picked up outside the White House gate on Pennsylvania Avenue. Crowds had already begun to line the street. The president was no more than a few blocks from the White House before he ran into the first group of anti-war demonstrators. There were about 100 or so gathered on a street corner, waving signs, chanting slogans. There were no demonstrators near the Capitol. That area was carefully controlled, and persons were admitted only if they produced the proper passes. Everyone was an invited guest. At noon, Mr. Nixon was sworn in.
Ready to take the constitutional oath.
The president is now attending a luncheon at the Capitol hosted by leaders of Congress. At 1:15, he is scheduled to be back at the White House. He'll change into a business suit there and watch the parade. That will go on for much of the afternoon, and tonight, beginning at 9, the balls will start. Again, there are anti-Nixon demonstrations going on at various parts of the city. The largest crowd, about 25,000, according to police. However, there are other estimates of lower numbers, 15 to 20,000. At the Lincoln Memorial. They will march to the Washington Monument, and many speakers are scheduled to address the crowd. That's at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Shortly after noon, the police arrested a few people described as yippies. They were attempting to approach the inaugural site. A few signs were confiscated. The police said the poles on which they were tacked could be used as weapons. We'll be back with more coverage of the inaugural activities after this from Borden's.
Jack Perkins in the booth. John Chancellor and David Brinkley are on their way. They will be covering the parade shortly. At the moment, just to put you back in perspective, we are waiting for the president, who is inside the Capitol now having lunch with congressional leaders. And that is something of an interesting meeting, because really, in a way, although it symbolizes the great harmony between branches of government, it also reminds us that in the next year and the next few years, that harmony is going to be greatly tested between the executive and the legislative. More about that a little later. Anyhow, they are having lunch, and they'll be coming out. The president will probably be coming out in about 25 minutes, and then we'll go down to the White House, and we'll be doing the reviewing of the parade this afternoon. Now, we've seen many people here today, including several who themselves, at one point or another, wanted to be here, wanted to run for president, and might have hoped they would be here. Senator Muskie, Governor Wallace, and one who is waiting near an NBC microphone and an NBC correspondent, Paul Duke, right now. Paul?
Jack, with me is Senator Henry Jackson of Washington. Senator, what interpretation did you place on the president's remarks today as far as peace is concerned?
Well, I think when he mentioned that as the war comes to an end, he was really saying is that the war has been ended for all practical purposes. In my judgment, there is an agreement. What remains is to work out the linguistics, the wording of that agreement. And there can't be a ceasefire until the work is completed next week in Paris, when the language problems will be resolved.
Senator, you are a legislator who works very close on defense matters, and you have important contacts at the Pentagon. When you said just a moment ago that you believe an agreement has been worked out, is this your understanding from your sources in the administration at the Pentagon?
I have a source outside of the administration that comes from abroad that's very, very good in this particular instance.
And you have no doubt?
No doubt about it in my mind. An agreement has been reached. The problem is to work out the final wording. And when the final wording has been worked out, then there will be a ceasefire and all the other steps that will take place in connection with that agreement.
Well, how long do you think it'll take before the agreement is finally put into shape?
Well, I don't want to speculate on that. I think it's a matter of days.
When would you expect a ceasefire to be declared, to take effect?
Well, I wouldn't want to be absolutely specific, but I would hope within a couple of weeks.
What about the president's speech in general, Senator? Did you agree with most of the things he had to say today? Did you feel that he sounded a strong enough call for national reconciliation?
Well, I think there could have been some words that would have helped, I think, with the Congress. What the president had to say represents, I think, goals and objectives and ideals shared by the overwhelming majority of Americans. The fight in the next 4 years will be over the Bill of Particulars, how we implement the objectives and goals both in foreign and domestic policy. And it looks like we're off to a rather difficult start as far as the Congress is concerned.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. And now to Catherine Mackin in the rotunda.
We're talking here with Governor George Wallace of Alabama. Governor Wallace, what did you think of the president's inaugural address?
I thought his inaugural address was a fine address. I think it embraced much of the philosophy of the average citizen in this country of think what you can do for yourself and not what the government can do for you.
Well, can't you sort of interpret that?
Also for peace in Vietnam, which I think is the goal and longing in everyone's heart in America today.
There were no specifics in the speech, though. Did that trouble you at all?
That there were no specifics? Well, really, when you get right down to it, an inaugural address is not supposed to deal in specifics. You deal in that in the State of the Union address and when you present your budget message and other messages to the Congress. But generally, an inaugural address is one of philosophy. And I think that the fact that the American people are fed up with the government trying to solve all their problems by taxing them more and throwing more money into some program that instead of solves the problem compounds it, but it raises their taxes. I think that's what the average citizen's thinking about. And I think when the president said, let us think what we can do for ourselves and instead of what the government can do for us, I think he hit a responsive chord as far as the average citizen is concerned.
Governor, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling good. I've been here 3 days in Washington, and I'm doing well.
Do you think that you might like to make another go for the presidency ever, or is that just something too distant?
That's a long time off, 1976, but I'm still alive, still involved, and still kicking, so I'll probably be around in 76.
Thank you very much. Governor George Wallace of Alabama, and now back to the booth.
He probably will be around in 76 and probably will be very active in this political scene. It was interesting earlier, before we heard from Governor Wallace, we heard Senator Jackson talking about the end of the war, that his sources overseas tell him that it is very near, that an agreement has been reached and that just the wording is being worked out. And that, of course, is the understanding that is generally felt in this capital. It is also the thing that hung over this entire ceremony more than anything else, the feeling that wouldn't it have been good if the war had been ended at this point, on this day. And of course it was a great temptation to try to get it ended for this occasion. But the president said all along he would not try to indulge in artificial timetables and have it ended just so that his inauguration would be a little happier. So he is pursuing it to the point where he will finally feel that the agreement is right, and that if it is still a few days off or even a week or two off, he will have reached the agreement he wanted rather than just reaching the one that would be available by the 20th. We'd like to take a little more of a look at the inaugural address the president made here, at various areas of it. And to do that, let's get back to Edwin Newman. Ed?
Well, the president's speech was short, as has been noted. It was unspecific, as has been noted. But it does set out an extremely ambitious program. Mr. Nixon proposes to reverse the entire trend of American life for decades past. For that matter, it is a worldwide trend toward government doing more and more and more. Mr. Nixon proposes to have government do less. In foreign affairs, Mr. Nixon used to speak of achieving a generation of peace. Now he speaks of a peace that can endure for generations, plural, to come. Now, 3 NBC News correspondents are joining me to examine the speech and what it may mean in practice. They are White House correspondent Richard Valeriani, Jack Perkins, whom you've just seen, to discuss domestic questions, Irving Levine on economic matters. Let's begin with foreign affairs and this excerpt from President Nixon's speech.
As we meet here today, we stand on the threshold of a new era of peace in the world. The central question before us is, how shall we use that peace? Let us resolve that this era we are about to enter will not be what other post-war periods have so often been, a time of retreat and isolation that leads to stagnation at home and invites new danger abroad.
Well, Richard Valeriani, the president, implied the Vietnam War was ending, and he asked how we will use the peace to come. All right, how will he use it?
Well, I think the first thing, Ed, is that we have to cross the threshold that the president talked about. As you say, it appears we were very close, and that should be done in a short period of time, although we've seen it fail before. But once peace really is in hand, I think the president will work to try to establish a world balance of power. He has a vision of the future that involves a kind of 5-power world: the United States, the Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China, Japan, and Europe. So I think in terms of the larger vision, his policies will be directed toward that end. In more specific issues, I think he'll try to use peace, try to play the big powers off one against the other to accomplish specific results, such as a more permanent peace in the Middle East.
Will endure for generations rather than a generation of peace that he used to talk about. Now, does that show more confidence in what he can accomplish? Is that something that arises out of what he's done with the Chinese and the Russians?
I think certainly it is a reflection of the success he has had with the Russians and the Chinese. An inaugural address is an expression of hopes and goals and ambitions, and certainly generations, plural, generations of peace is a more laudable goal than a generation of peace. It's expressing a hope for the country. But it is, yes, a reflection of something that has been accomplished, that has worked. He called 1972 one of the most important years in terms of restoring peace to the world since World War II, and he was probably right.
Well, Dick, what you are saying is that he is trying to establish a balance of power that will endure for generations to come. That is a very, very large order, is it not?
Well, it is a large order, but as he has said, not only in this inaugural address, but in his previous inaugural address, the most noble title that can be bestowed upon anyone is the title of peacemaker, and that's what he wants to do. I think he and his principal foreign affairs advisor, Henry Kissinger, have a long-range vision of the world that is to establish a peace that will have to be predicated on a balance of power among contending forces. And if the forces get out of line, then peace evaporates and you have conflict. So I think that while it is a large order, he sees it as attainable in the long run.
Dick, he also spoke of getting others to do their share. What does he have in mind there? What's he got in mind briefly for Western Europe and Japan?
Well, I think it's taking over a larger burden of the defense operations in Europe, and for Japan specifically, I think to share more in the reconstruction of Asia and that part of the world. It is generally a restatement of the Nixon doctrine. The United States will provide the nuclear umbrella, and the countries themselves become more and more responsible for their own defense.
Thank you, Dick. Now, Jack Perkins, will you watch this next excerpt with me and tell us what its significance may be? Well, we didn't see the excerpt, so maybe I'd better read it.
The time has come for us to renew our faith in ourselves and in America. In recent years, that faith has been challenged. Our children have been taught to be ashamed of their country, ashamed of their parents, ashamed of America's record at home and its role in the world. At every turn, we have been beset by those who find everything wrong with America and little that is right. But I am confident that this will not be the judgment of history on these remarkable times in which we are privileged to live.
Now, Jack, I take it the President was saying something there about the mood of the American people as he understands it.
That is the constant carping, what Vice President Agnew referred to as the nattering nabobs of negativism. The President has never been accused of being a great spiritual leader, an effective political operative, yes, a good administrator, yes. But he has never been thought of as a man who has gone out and tried really to inspire the nation. And yet now it seems he is trying to do this. And I think it goes back to really what must be considered the personal philosophy of the man, and what he stated today in the speech also. And that is, he said, a person can be expected to act responsibly only if he has responsibility. This is human nature. So what the President is trying to do is, first of all, to give the people inspiration to accept their nation as a great nation, and then give them the responsibility to help build it even greater. It was entirely a speech of positive thought, wasn't it?
All right, Jack, on that point, to what extent does Mr. Nixon's success in bringing this about depend on his evangelizing, so to speak, on going out to argue for his ideas? In other words, on his doing what he has not been doing for the last 2.5 months.
I don't know. I'm not sure how it's going to work out. Whether, his preaching the gospel of positivism is certainly not the only important thing, because he also has a great many problems coming up with the Congress to put forward the programs that he wants. I think he goes into this considering himself a man with good conservative credentials, about to try probably some rather liberal and even radical ideas. He did that in the last 4 years in foreign affairs, and is, I believe, now probably going to attempt it in domestic affairs. He has said in the past that the men who change the world are the Tories with the radical ideas, because they can get them through, where the liberals, tied by their own orthodoxies, perhaps can't.
Jack, a last question. The President made a reference to civility and decency. He said, let us again learn to debate our differences with civility and decency. Now, is this something like the appeal he made in his first inaugural address for a lowering of the voices?
It sounds exactly the same to me, doesn't it?
Do you interpret that in any way as having to do with his attitude toward the press, for example, toward reporters?
I think it has to do with the country in general and all of the criticism that he has been hearing for the last 4 years. And he would like that muted, as he asked it to be muted 4 years ago.
Okay, thank you, Jack Perkins. Let's look now at economic policy, and this is as definite as Mr. Nixon was on that subject.
In trusting too much in government, we have asked of it more than it can deliver. This leads only to inflated expectations, to reduced individual effort, and to a disappointment and frustration that erode confidence both in what government can do and in what people can do. Government must learn to take less from people so that people can do more for themselves. Let us remember that America was built not by government but by people, not by welfare but by work, not by shirking responsibility but by seeking responsibility.
Question now to Irving R. Levine. Irving, what did that excerpt mean? Laissez-faire?
Well, Ed, it seems to me that the President's message, particularly in the economic area, was couched in the kind of vague language that lends itself to the intensive interpretation that's usually given to certain passages of the Scriptures. Yes, I think you're right in indicating that it was a reassertion of the President's laissez-faire attitude, his support of a free, uncontrolled economy. He left that briefly on August 15th, 1971 for the 90-day freeze, and he's come back toward a uncontrolled economy in the Phase 3 measures of greater voluntary controls rather than mandatory controls of earlier this month. But I think that the President's words were trying to convey something a good deal more specific than that. I think that in his words, the government must learn to take less from the people so the people can do more for themselves. The president was reasserting his intention to keep the government spending ceiling to $250 billion. He was reasserting his intention not to impose new taxes, and he seemed to be reasserting what he sees as his right to impound certain funds that the Congress appropriates if he considers them to be for programs that are unnecessary or extravagant.
Well, Irving, on what assessment of the state of the economy is these proposals based, or are these intentions based? That the economy doesn't need much help and that it's doing pretty well by itself?
Well, I would think that it's based more on philosophical concepts rather than on economic considerations. But certainly it's easier for the president to speak of people doing more for themselves at a time when the economy is on a rising curve rather than on a falling curve. The president speaks at a time when production is up, when inflation has to a certain degree be controlled. But with unemployment still high, I think that the president's words are going to meet with a critical response from union leaders who feel the government should do more.
Irving, one last question. The president spoke of inflated expectations that would disappoint the kind of thing he wanted the government to avoid. What would be an example of that?
Well, that would apply to many government programs, especially in the social services field. There's an expression that one hears over and over from government officials here now, and that is that problems cannot be solved by throwing more dollars at them, by Washington simply providing more money. The president has led in the inception of a revenue-sharing program where instead of the federal government spending money, it's given to local governments, to states, to communities to try to solve these problems by themselves. I think that the president feels that the hopes for problems being solved on the Washington area are simply inflated hopes that this bubble of expectation bursts, and perhaps it can be done easier by individuals and by their communities.
Thank you, Irving. If there was one portion of the speech in which Mr. Nixon may be said to have been oratorical, to have called the people to high conduct and high ideals, it was this one, at the very end.
As I stand in this place, so hallowed by history, I think of others who have stood here before me. I think of the dreams they had for America. And I think of how each recognized that he needed help far beyond himself in order to make those dreams come true. Today, I ask your prayers that in the years ahead, I may have God's help in making decisions that are right for America. And I pray for your help so that together we may be worthy of our challenge. Let us pledge together to make these next 4 years the best 4 years in America's history, so that on its 200th birthday, America will be as young and as vital as when it began, and as bright a beacon of hope for all the world.
Well, that's how we saw Mr. Nixon's second inaugural address. The president has set himself a tremendous task for the 4 years ahead. We'll be back after this message from Eastern Airlines.
For those of you who may have tuned in late, I don't know who he is. He came up after everybody left the stands, and the security was loosened and is now posing beneath the presidential seal. And we just thought you ought to know that we may be about to have another inauguration. We're not sure. Momentarily now, we are expecting the other president, President Nixon, to be coming out from his luncheon with the congressional leaders. This is his car, which he will take for the ride back down Pennsylvania Avenue down to the White House. He is having lunch with the leaders of the Senate and the House. They, of course, were the ones who went up to the White House this morning to pick him up, to escort him to the stand for the inaugural. And the symbolism of it all was that he was their guest as he came for this occasion. But the fact of the relationship between the President and the Congress now is considerably different. Over the last several years, there has been, well noted, a continuing erosion of the powers of the Congress and an arrogation unto itself of the powers by the executive. So the presidency has been growing stronger and the legislative has been growing weaker, atrophying almost. It is to the point, in the past years, it has seemed that Congress didn't really care, that it was easier anyhow. But it has come to the point now where those who sit in this Capitol full-time and watch Congress believe that there is growing a sentiment among congressmen now, a sentiment that approaches a determination to stop this erosion of congressional powers. A test, a crunch, could very well come in the coming year or in the coming few years. Congressional observers feel if it doesn't come, and if Congress doesn't do something to stop the erosion of congressional powers, we are going to, in the next few years, find our country moving much closer to a constitutional monarchy than a republic. This is the second inauguration, of course, for Richard Milhouse Nixon, but it is not the second appearance for the President on an inaugural stand. NBC News White House correspondent Richard Valeriani has been taking a look at Mr. Nixon's participation in past inaugurals.
In 1949, when Harry Truman was inaugurated, 35-year-old Richard Nixon was a promising member of Congress who had gained some fame through the Alger Hiss case. But at the inauguration, he was just a face in the crowd. 4 years later, when Truman passed the mantle of power to Dwight Eisenhower, Richard Nixon was vice president. He had risen from congressman to senator to vice president in just 10 years, a spectacular rise. At the inaugural parade, the new vice president shared the amusement over Mrs. Eisenhower's tired feet. By 1957, in the words of President Eisenhower, there was no man in the history of America who had more careful preparation to carry out the duties of the presidency than Richard Nixon. The vice president earned that praise by the way he had handled the country's affairs after Ike suffered a heart attack in 1955. As a non-scheduled parade participant passed in review, the vice president chuckled in delight. And perhaps the bond that would join the Eisenhower and Nixon families had already been formed. In 1960, the man who had been splendidly prepared to be president lost the election by the slimmest of margins to John F. Kennedy. But he looked like a gracious loser as he offered his congratulations to the winner. And on the inaugural stand that snowy day were four men who were or would become president of the United States: the past, the present, and two future. Richard Nixon did not attend the 1965 inauguration, the first one he missed since 1949. But in 1968, overcoming a loser's image, he won the election by a margin nearly as slim as the margin he lost by in 1960. Richard Nixon had now achieved his ambition. He was the center of attention at his own inauguration. He was the President of the United States.
Well, off in the background there, you see Abraham Lincoln is still standing there. He's being photographed, and people are going up and shaking his hands and being photographed with him. It's not often you get a chance to have your picture taken at the inaugural stand with Abraham Lincoln, unless Matthew Brady is around, of course. We've got a couple of fellows who have been watching this inauguration from a vantage point and a slightly different perspective, and we'd like to call them in now and ask them for some words. Edwin Newman and Robin Day.
I am with Robin Day, who's come over to join us for this coverage, Robin Day being from the BBC in London, and I should say unquestionably the leading political interviewer in that country, a man who's been in television news for about 17 years and who has also had many assignments in this country. Well, Robin, this is by no means the first inaugural address you sat through and examined. What did you make of it?
Well, I thought that this will be watched with tremendous interest abroad, because what President Nixon announced today was a new role for America in the world. I don't know whether you noticed it, but he used the word new 13 times in this speech. Last inauguration, he used the word peace 14 times. This year, the emphasis was on newness and the new role of America in the world. The sentence which you didn't get time to include in your extracts you were discussing just now, which will be, I think, studied with most interest and perhaps some concern abroad, will be this: the time has passed when America will make every other nation's conflict our own, or make every other nation's future our responsibility. We noted that he said that America would respect her treaties, and that we shall do our share in defending peace and freedom in the world, but we shall expect others to do their share. The question is, what does he mean by that?
Yeah, so what do the British think he means by it? Now, this is not, they've heard this before.
Well, I think they have heard it before, but they heard more of it, if I may say so, from Senator McGovern, with a different emphasis during the campaign. Now, the question is, what happens to the defense of Europe? Because Europe, as from January the 1st, almost the same time as this inauguration, January the 1st, 1973, is enlarged with Britain in it. And the question is America, now that Vietnam is over, this war which America has been wounded by so deeply, what happens to America's defense policy in Europe? Will America start withdrawing from Europe and say, okay, you take it over?
And you think that President Nixon's speech may lead to speculation that that is going to come about, even though the president has opposed such moves coming from the Congress in his first administration?
I don't think we're going to imagine that America is going to give up her obligations to NATO or anything like that. But I do think that we are expecting that there will be increasing troop withdrawals, and there will be questions posed for European defense policy as to whether we in Europe get together and have our own deterrent policy instead of sheltering solely under the American nuclear umbrella.
You are aware, Robin, that there's been an enormous amount of attention paid in this country to the fact that President Nixon really retired from public view for about 2.5 months after the election. Has there been much talk in Europe, particularly in Britain, about that?
Well, among people who follow American politics, yes. This is a most extraordinary thing to us. In fact, I think many of us in Britain, we find it much easier to understand, whether one agrees with them or not, to understand the reasons for the bombing at Christmas time of Hanoi. But what we do find it very difficult to understand is how the leader of a very democratic country cannot answer questions on public policy or make statements on them for a very long time. Our Prime Minister is questioned in the House of Commons twice a week. I've interviewed Mr. Heath myself 3 times in the last 6 months on major issues of policy, and so have other people. It's very odd for us.
Thank you, Robin. Robin Day. Now back to John.
All right. We are now told that the president will be coming out momentarily. In preparing for this inaugural, he went through and studied and asked his speechwriters to study the inaugural speeches of several past presidents. He is particularly fond of the inaugural address of Polk in 1845, in which Polk called for, quote, plain and frugal government, the strictest economy in the expenditure of public money. Plain and frugal government. The reorganization of this nation's government is one of the top things on the list of priorities for the president in the coming 4 years. If it can be done with congressional assent, then he is happy to do it that way. If it cannot be done that way, he will probably attempt as best he can to do it over the heads of Congress. And probably it can be done that way. The establishment of a super cabinet over the regular cabinet is one way, and that way he has already begun. To try to streamline a government which the president believes has become too big, too wasteful, too sloppy, and too inefficient. That is the job. That is the premise with which he starts these 4 years, a premise which probably most people in this country would agree with. So to cut down that government domestically, as he hopes to cut down overseas involvements, those would be the two, probably, as they emerge from this speech, the two objects of the second Nixon administration. It may take a fight, but one recalls the memorable interview that President Nixon gave to Saul Pett of the Associated Press just a week or so ago, and one of the few times that he has spoken, even indirectly, to this country in the last few months. He talked not about issues, only about his own mood, his own state of mind. But what he said came through very clear, that he is ready for a battle, if there is going to be one, with Congress or with whomever. He said, I believe in the battle, whether it's the battle of the campaign or the battle of this office, which is a continuing battle. He said, but you've got to be ready. He said, quote, you can't be flat. Falling back on a favorite analogy, a sports analogy, he said the Redskins were flat in their last game and they got clobbered. He said this before the Super Bowl, though maybe he says it about the Super Bowl now. He said the Redskins were flat and they got clobbered. So you can't be flat. You must be up for great events. Up, but not uptight. So, in this frame of mind, presumably, the President will be leaving the Capitol now, heading back toward the White House, and toward 4 very important years. The cars await him outside the Law Library entrance of the Capitol, here on the east side of the Capitol. 4 years which will lead this nation up to its 200th birthday. That is the hallmark of the time, and that is the spirit and theme of this day. The spirit of '76. That's the parade we will be seeing this afternoon. People beginning to emerge now. Congressional leaders had promised that they would deliver the President to this exit by 1:15 p.m. It's 1:26. The people who were here, the thousands and thousands of people around the Capitol grounds, most of them, of course, have left now. Some have gathered around the one place where you can get a look at the Law Library entrance, to have a look at the President there. In establishing the plans for this inaugural, J. Willard Marriott, who was the chairman of the inaugural committee, said an inaugural for an American president can no longer be thought of as a white tie affair, a posh private party catering only to dignitaries. He said the inaugural is a celebration of the people and for the people. It should be solemn and festive, but for everyone. Well, of course, because of the security that is generally required around a president of the United States, particularly at such an auspicious event as this, it couldn't be for everyone. And it wasn't for everyone. It was for everyone who had all of the right credentials, there were 49 different credentials which they could have. They got in and the others didn't.
Jack Perkins,
now the official party is coming out from the Capitol.
Jack Perkins, this is Ed Newman.
Yes, Ed.
Trying to spot some of these people with you.
Leslie
Chief
Aaron.
Justice Warren Berger. Leslie Aaron's just stepping off the curb, or just at the curb. Longest-serving Republican in Congress, Congressman from Illinois. Well, we're not on time, as you pointed out, but perhaps it doesn't matter because, seriously, I think we can say nobody really expected them to be. It's never happened before. And efficient though this administration may be, and certainly consider itself to be, nobody really thought the parade would get away on time. It's almost against the law.
But they said it with such pride and resolve, Edwin.
That was for your benefit, Jack.
I see. They also say with pride and resolve that the parade will be 1 hour and 45 minutes and no longer.
Well, it's cold enough for the marchers to have an incentive to get where they're going, and I think that there is a pace that has been ordered for all of them, a certain number of steps per minute.
120 steps a minute.
So if they meet that, maybe they will do it on time.
I see that somebody last night described the mile between the Capitol and 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue as now the longest mile in the world because of the antagonism.
Excuse me, Robin, that looks like some trouble with a demonstrator, or some trouble that a demonstrator has found himself in.
There have been a few cases this morning,
yes.
A couple of cases where some people got to areas they should not be and did not care to leave and were taken off. This is the first we have seen removed bodily.
Yes, we have had actually no confirmed arrests so far as I know. Orders have been issued to make arrests where the officers in question deemed it to be necessary. Whether any actually have taken place, we have not yet been informed.
It has been all in all. It has had the feeling of a very well-ordered and secure proceeding. A group of demonstrators came up earlier. They were carrying placards, and the authorities thought that this is the exit, Capitol exit, Speaker McCormick. Former, that is, of course, but still given the title, Speaker John McCormick of Massachusetts, who for so many years sat at each of these functions in his official capacity, now is a very welcome guest. This is the door of the Capitol from which the people are now emerging from the luncheon and through which the President.
Jack, if there is time, and of course we'll interrupt ourselves whenever it's necessary, I'd like to go back to something Robin Day was mentioning a moment ago, that somebody last night, I think it was Dick Valeriani, described the mile between the Capitol and the White House as now the longest mile in the world. And politically, of course, it is a very long mile. You yourself were pointing that out, Jack, when you talked about the difficult relations between the President and the Congress and the, well, perhaps somewhat veiled references in the President's speech to that today. Now, once again, just a reminder of you, as we're waiting for President and Mrs. Nixon to come out of the luncheon that they've had with congressional leaders after the President took the oath and made his second inaugural address. At the moment, they're running about 16 to 17 minutes behind schedule.
Incidentally, he's only the second president in history who knows for certain that he can never run for re-election.
Yes. In a way, maybe a comforting thought.
Wonder what difference that will make to his style and approach to the job. Will it mean that he doesn't need to get any more votes, and therefore he'll take a new statesman-like approach, or not?
Well, I suppose one thing it means is that he can, he would feel freer to appeal to the people over the heads of the Congress, and that may be, in fact, what we are seeing, and what the President has, in fact, already been doing in certain fields, such as impounding money that the Congress has appropriated. Still a small amount of movement as the presidential procession forms up, but still no sign of Mr. Nixon. One assumes that if they wanted to talk politics at a luncheon like this, they'd have a great deal to talk about.
Well, you know, he had breakfast with congressional leaders the other day, and it was, for many of the congressional leaders, a very unsatisfying meeting. He made a speech, and when he had finished making his little speech, he left, leaving no time for them to ask him questions or to sound him out at all. He turned, walked out the door. One of the congressional leaders who described it said it looked for a moment as though he was going to turn and come back in and maybe say something more or maybe answer questions, but he didn't. He walked out and left them in what they thought was a very aloof and distant way.
When President Nixon came to Britain in 1969 and saw the British Prime Minister facing the music in the House of Commons, he described it in these words: "It was an inspiring and compelling experience." He doesn't seem to fancy anything similar here.
Well, he finds his inspiration from other sources now, and a 61% mandate is one of them, of course.
And most of the people presumably support him in his attitude towards the press and the media.
All right, we have again the entrance to the Capitol, from which the people who have been in attendance at the luncheon are now leaving. Mrs. Eisenhower, of course. And course, Mrs. Julie Eisenhower.
Jack looked at that picture. That picture showed a hill, really, a decline. Were they standing on a decline or an incline? Here are the Coxes, Edward Cox and his wife, Tricia Nixon Cox. Oh, getting into that white open car.
Which is all right now.
Nixon Cox, excuse me, Jack.
I was just going to say, which is all right now because the sun has just come out, at least for a moment. It is still quite chilly.
Now we've seen two cars. The Coxes in the first car, Mrs. Eisenhower, and the younger Mrs. Eisenhower, Mrs. David Eisenhower, in the second. Well, that suggests that the president cannot be far behind. Since I've said that the president cannot be far behind, it appears that he may well be far behind.
I thought we'd just let you sit there with egg on your face and see how far behind he was, Ed. Well, now he can't be far behind. As they say, the president is at hand.
Is he going to drive in the open car? He's not, is he?
No, he won't.
Is that because of weather or security?
Well, it's security. He'll drive in the bubble top car, as they call it, the closed car.
What is that badge he's wearing in his buttonhole?
That is a United States flag emblem, Robin.
In case anyone doubts he's from another country? Oh, yeah.
Well, now, he could choose to stand.
Is that open on top, Jack? The roof is open, is it?
Mm-hmm. But as we said, it is quite chilly, and so, pulling away from the Capitol for the drive down to the White House. Cross past the front of the Senate side of the Capitol.
The new number plate.
Inaugural plates. These are the special license plates that were sold to help raise money to pay for the $4 million cost of these inaugural ceremonies. The president was given the first one, of course. They've been working on the plans for these ceremonies. Really, they've been working on them for 4 years. J. Willard Marriott, who became the chairman of them after the president was formally elected, has had consultants working on these things for 4 years to plan how it should be done, make sure it went as smoothly as possible. And I must say, so far it has gone quite smoothly. All of the events have been well attended, well received, and orderly. Secret Servicemen riding in attendance in the car behind.
That's interesting, Jack, that they got up on the presidential car itself once it passed out of the immediate precincts of the Capitol building. And then, but they're not riding on it. They're riding on the car behind. They moved up. Well, I wonder how often Mr. Nixon will do that in the course of this mile-long trip. The Secret Service car is so close to the presidential car that it almost looks as though they were riding on the presidential car In fact, as you see, the Secret Service men are walking alongside the President's car, going at a pace that makes it possible for them to keep up simply by walking or trotting. Let's pick up some of that music as the presidential procession to the White House begins.
Where's that coming from?
This is Carl Stern just inside the motorcade at the intersection of Constitution and Delaware, and it's sort of spooky having covered parades to suddenly find myself in the middle of one. It's sort of like being on a toboggan run. Once you get in, there's no way to get out. We're just starting down the hill now. For those who've wondered how fast these things actually go, at the moment we're doing about 3 miles an hour, so it doesn't make your hair blow. The crowd is about 3 deep at this point. They briefly cheered as the president went by. There are no signs visible, although just before the swearing-in ceremony, 2 signs were taken from the procession of young people here on the hill. One sign said, Massachusetts, the one and only, referencing the fact that Massachusetts was the only state that went into the governed electoral column. The other sign said, Massachusetts, the only state with a conscience wants to vote. A reference, I assume, to the Vietnam War and support of the president. Those signs were taken, I understand, by the authorities not because of the content, not because of the message, but because the wooden pole onto which the signs had been tacked pose a danger. They can be used like clubs, and the police did not want anyone in the crowd to have them. On the way up to the Capitol, we had an opportunity to ride just a few cars behind the president. There were about 100 signs held aloft by anti-war protesters. They read, out now, why war, get out of Southeast Asia, peace is at hand, the question mark, Nixon sign now, indicating they wanted him to sign a peace treaty now concerning Vietnam. However, there were some signs supporting the president, especially a number of signs apparently left over from the election campaign, which said now more than ever, and which contained a picture of the president. During the president's speech, the crowd started to leave early and start down the hill where we were positioned ready to get into the parade. They did not want to lose the chance to get a sidewalk position in the parade. At this point, we're about halfway down the hill. The crowd is still about 3 deep here, but we can see ahead toward the bottom of the hill where the president is to pass shortly. I would estimate that the crowd at that point is perhaps 12 deep. Servicemen, policemen lining the sidewalk to keep the crowds away from the car. We've seen no effort by any persons to actually break that cordon and approach the president's vehicle. This is Carl Stern on the motorcade route.
I should explain, perhaps, that Carl Stern of NBC News was actually in the parade in a mobile unit, moving along at the same pace as the parade, 3 cars behind the president. You'll notice a very large number of Secret Service men and other security men along the curbs as the procession moves along. An unpleasant thought that considered to be necessary, but they are, to protect the person of the president, cover him in such a way that nobody could get at him and nothing else could get at him. Evidently, it was made known to the Secret Service that the president intended to stand and wave from above the open roof of the car.
And along the route, of course, you had all of the normal things that have been done. The windows are sealed off, rooftops are cleared, spotters are placed upon them, manhole covers are sealed up in the roadway. As was said earlier, the traffic lights from the center of this street were all removed.
That fife and drum course sounds good, doesn't it? Well, those are obviously critics of the president. I don't pretend to know why, and I don't know that there was any particular reason for it, but it did happen. Evidently, they just decided to cover more of the angles.
These aren't Secret Service men, are
No, Robert, I am not.
They're redcoats in honor of the spirit of '76.
Is sick, let's help him, but first let's get him off the throne. A message for the president. We have no way of knowing whether he saw it, but it would be rather difficult to believe he didn't. I would estimate that the sign, which was painted on a sheet, must have been perhaps 10, 12 feet long, and the lettering was quite large. We also did pass one Viet Cong flag, a number of peace symbols being raised with the words now and other words imposed. I'm just passing a sign now. Now here's one that says, God bless Nixon. And the holder of the sign indicates that he is from Franklin, Kentucky. So at least in this block, we have a somewhat bipartisan crowd. There's another Viet Cong flag being waved just as the president's car passes. The authorities have made no attempt to get people to put down such signs. Now additional signs going up as the president passes. King Richard, we are watching. Another sign, impeach Nixon. Another sign, drop Nixon on Hanoi. I'm not being selective. I'm simply reading the signs as they come in view. Let me look to the other side of the street. Stop killing Vietnamese. And now to the other side of the street again. This is from Vietnam. The word Vietnam has been crossed out, and the word Indochina has been placed just below it. Another sign, the king has no clothes on. Make what you will of that. A sign just on the other side, Nixon. Well, now the sign is blowing in the wind, and it's no longer visible to me. The crowd at this point is a good crowd, and they seem to be surprisingly emotionless. I don't see smiles. I don't see frowns. They seem to be looking on with interest. And we're just at this point passing the courthouse where...
Well, we've lost Carl Stern for a moment. He's in the parade, 3 or 4 cars behind the president, and we do have occasional difficulties with his sound from there. President Nixon making his way to the White House from the Capitol. You can see the Capitol building in the background as he swings by below it, and you can hear a great deal of cheering. And now Mr. Nixon is turning onto Pennsylvania Avenue from Capitol Hill. From the beginning of his movement from the Capitol to this point, the president has stood through the open roof in his car. Mrs. Nixon has remained inside, and he has waved constantly. Must be a rather tiring thing to do, something I imagine like conducting a long concert, but he's still doing it. It does appear from what we've seen so far that the demonstrators, the anti-Nixon or anti-war demonstrators, have put much of their effort into the signs that they have been holding along the processional route. Most of them, of course, having to do with Vietnam. Some of them having to do with objections they may have to Mr. Nixon's conduct of the presidency. And there you saw Vice President Agnew with Mrs. Agnew standing beside him in their car.
Edwin, as you see those signs, of course, or as Carl was reading them off earlier, you just keep remembering the line in the president's speech when he said, above all else, the time has come for all Americans to renew our faith in ourselves. trying to inspire once again the self-confidence and the self-pride which he feels in this country and would hope all of his countrymen would feel.
Point out again, those are Secret Service men pacing along next to the presidential car, offering him protection. For a while, there were 6 or 8 of them walking along beside the car, but that is no longer the case. They saw something in the crowd that, I won't say alarmed them, but in any case made them take an extra precaution, and 8 of them stationed themselves alongside the president's car, blocking all possible access to him, or at least attempting to do so. But now they're down to 2 once again.
Is this a big Inauguration Day crowd, Ed?
I think it's a sizable Inauguration Day crowd, and considering that it is a second inauguration, it's a very good one.
Second inaugurations, of course, traditionally lack the interest and enthusiasm of first inaugurations. They also usually don't make money. President Eisenhower's second inauguration was the last one to lose money, end up in the red.
Let's get some of that music. I believe the president is now coming along past the National Gallery of Art, the Mellon Gallery, and he seems from time to time to be recognizing people in the crowd and pointing to them.
It does look like a pretty good crowd. They've been running radio and television commercials around this part of the country, urging people within the Washington area to come out and attend. Some of the stations and newspapers that got the ads were doubtful whether they should run them or not. Thought maybe it was a partisan affair, after all, being run by the Republicans. But many of them did run them, feeling, I guess, as President Kennedy used to say, this is not so much the victory of a party, but the celebration of freedom. It is a national event. And among those who were doing the commercials, who filmed the commercials for them, in addition to actors Lloyd Nolan and Cesar Romero, was Hubert Humphrey. Did a commercial, urged people to come out and participate as best they could in this inaugural. It is not a partisan thing. It is a moment for the country.
Jack, as the president's car is making its way slowly along Pennsylvania Avenue, past the Federal Trade Commission, coming up toward the Justice Department, we're going to take leave for a moment. We'll be back after this message from Borden's. We're back again to the procession as President Nixon makes his way from the Capitol to the White House. I'd say they're about halfway along now. They continue along Pennsylvania Avenue to the Treasury. When they turn right, Pennsylvania Avenue also makes a right turn up toward the White House. We're looking at various security men now who are flanking the presidential car. Well, the president has given the victory sign that fighters sometimes give. We haven't seen that one before. They're just passing 8th Street. And as you know, Pennsylvania Avenue is 1600. The White House is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So they are about halfway along. We're going to get a report now, I believe, from Richard Valeriani at the White House.
They announced at the White House not long ago that the president would be here in front of the reviewing stands in about 5 minutes. You can see the car moving slowly down Pennsylvania Avenue with the president waving to the crowd. He's getting into the high rent district down here. When you reach the front of the White House, the seats in the inaugural stands cost $50 each. You can see the flags whipping on the president's car. There are some pictures of spectators cheering and waving. He's waving back. The flag is whipping on the president's car in a pretty stiff wind. The gusts have been up to 20 miles an hour, and while it isn't all that cold, it's about 40 degrees, the chill factor is much lower than that.
Dick Lariani, this is Ed Newman.
The day is remarkably similar to the day 4 years ago when the president was inaugurated. Rather leaden skies, chilly day, gray, no sun.
Dick Lariani, this is Edwin Newman. I'm sitting with Robin Day, and Robin, of course, is British, and that reminds me of the story, I think it's appropriate to today, of the British comedian who was elected president of an organization of some kind. And he said, I've been asked to give a presidential address. And he said 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and then he sat down.
We have better comedians than that nowadays, Ed.
I didn't think it was too bad.
I don't think I'll comment on that, Ed, to avoid a dispute on the air. The president's still making his way slowly down Pennsylvania Avenue toward the address of 1600, where he lives. He will come here to change his clothes. He's wearing the same outfit that he wore last inauguration. There's a shot of Agnew now, also standing up in the top of the open part of the limousine, like the president, waving to the crowd. Again, the president waving. There are some of the 8,000 security men who are involved in the security of the parade route and the inaugural events. A contingent of about 1,200 Secret Service men.
Dick Lariani, Ed Newman again. May I cut in? I've just been given a note of
as
some
long as you
interest.
don't have any more jokes, Ed.
Carl Stern was about to tell us a short time ago when we lost his sound because of some difficulty in picking up sound in the moving motorcade, that the motorcade was just passing the federal courthouse. Now, the federal courthouse is where the Watergate bugging trial is taking place. And Carl Stern had reported earlier that the judge in that case, John Sirica, had arranged for the jurors to watch this procession that you're seeing from the jurors' lounge on the 4th floor. They are sequestered in the courthouse, of course, while the trial is underway.
I think, Ed, that all other federal buildings along the route were locked up so that federal employees could not watch from vantage point free of charge. A marching band going by now as we get into what we call here downtown Washington. Car moving less than 3 miles an hour. You can see the inaugural plate number 1. I think Jack Perkins pointed out that the inaugural plates were sold from $15 to $25 a set to help pay for the cost of the inauguration, and they are good anywhere in the country except the state of Maine, not Massachusetts, the state of Maine, until January 31st. There's the wide shot of Pennsylvania Avenue looking from the White House toward the Capitol. A long mile. And the overhead shot looking up toward the Capitol. Procession still making its way rather slowly. The White House has said the parade this year will last less than 2 hours. In the past, it has gone on far beyond its scheduled time, going and sometimes lasting until darkness. That's what the president sees as he goes by. That same angle that you just saw there.
Dick, there were some proposals during the John Kennedy administration to make Pennsylvania Avenue rather more of a processional way than it is, particularly in this part of Pennsylvania Avenue where there are a great many shops of no great distinction, I suppose it's fair to say.
Yes, there is still a master plan to do that. It's coming along slowly. I think the next new building to go up there will be the J. Edgar Hoover building, the FBI building. But there is a plan to renovate, refurbish all of Pennsylvania Avenue. Again, a shot of what the president is seeing. Secret Service agent flanking the car. And the D.C. police, Metropolitan Police motorcycle escort there. That is another tradition of inaugural parades. Cheerleaders and drum majorettes are posted all along the route. That's a shot you might see if you were in one of the federal buildings along the way. That's a view, I should say. The administrator who decided the building should be closed felt that federal employees should not be able to watch without charge while spectators were paying up to $50 for their seats.
Has it changed, Dick? Mrs. Nixon has now joined the president and is standing, I take it, for the last few blocks of the ride.
Yeah, there's not much
to the White House.
Not much of the route left to go now. Mrs. Nixon wearing a, I am told, and I must say I'm not an expert on this, a Melton coachman type coat, double-breasted, and that collar is Imperial Russian sable. She has bone buttons dyed to match her coat, but the beret, which sable beret to match her collar, she does not appear to be wearing. Again, the president waving to one side, Mrs. Nixon to the other side. Secret Service man flanking the car.
Well, the president just told Mrs. Nixon he had spotted somebody they knew, and you could see Mrs. Nixon say, "Where?" I have a notion, I may be wrong about this, that the president is seeing reporters he knows along the route. I've spotted some myself, and in spite of the rather celebrated difficulties that exist between the president and his press, apparently he's seeing some he knows and he's waving to them.
Also, I think party workers or people, he's been in politics for a long time, and that was an old campaign, or I should say a campaign technique, that when he went into crowds, when he'd come onto a platform, instead of simply waving, he would point specifically to somebody to give it the crowd and his appearance before it a little more personal touch.
Dick, Robin Day of the BBC is with me. He has seen many processions in Britain, including the trip that the Queen often makes in the great state coach. She waves too. Do you have any view, Robin, as to which is a more efficient vehicle for waving from?
Well, we don't quite have this. She, of course, drives on a horse, rides on a horse sometimes.
Well,
totally,
that's once a year.
Yes, very slowly and very exposed. But we don't have a ceremony quite like this. We have a coronation, and we won't have another one for 30 years, I hope. And we have the state opening of Parliament.
And that's when she rides in the coach.
That's when she rides in the state coach, and that goes quite slowly. And it's drawn by the Household Cavalry, or rather drawn by the Windsor Greys, and then the Household Cavalry escort her.
And it has very large expanses of window glass, does it not? So that the Queen...
Not, I think, bulletproof.
Not bulletproof.
No. But we don't have an equivalent of the inauguration. We have her speech to Parliament, which is written by the government, but it's not given by the political leader. But in some ways, I rather wish we had an inauguration parade. This sort of pageantry every 4 years, it's nice to look at.
There's a good view of the president and Mrs. Nixon waving to crowds. The crowds are getting a little bigger as the limousine gets closer to the White House. This is the fourth time Mr. Nixon has made this journey, twice as vice president and now twice as president. There's one of the marching bands. Appears to be the Merchant Marine. And there are some demonstrators, anti-war demonstrators, anti-Nixon demonstrators.
Yes, and you will notice, Dick, that the Secret Service again has increased its numbers around the car, possibly because of the existence of those numbers of signs.
Yes, there are
Secret Service men very near.
At least half a dozen of them now flanking the car on both sides. Just to make sure, I'm sure that nobody runs out and tries to get to the limousine.
Excuse me, Dick, something was thrown there. It didn't hit anybody as far as we can see. You saw the Secret Servicemen try to block it. I think the president was aware of it. Some of the security men have gone into the crowd. To emphasize, we did see something flying through the air, but there was, it's quite plain, no damage.
Ed, you can't see it off the monitor or off the cameras, but a lot of the White House dignitaries are now coming out of the White House and going up to the presidential reviewing stand. Kissinger just went up. More of the cheering crowds, and a sign telling the president to sign and keep the agreements, obviously meaning the Vietnam peace agreements. And he expects to do that fairly soon. Crowds are now several deep, virtually within sight of the White House. Mr. President giving an A-OK sign to somebody he obviously recognized.
I think those are the first boos we've heard as the limousine makes the turn just before the Treasury building. Then goes one block north and then turns, makes the one more block on Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House.
There are more people gathered here, so the security is much tighter here, much more extensive. The limousine is only about a couple of blocks from the White House now. You'll notice that the Secret Service men have their are looking upwards to make sure there's nobody in the buildings overhead. Again, the Vice President and Mrs. Agnew. The loudspeaker at the White House reception, reviewing stand is beginning to announce the arrival of the motorcade. The president spotting somebody else he knows in the crowd. The president has been standing up outside so that he can be seen for the last part of the motorcade, ever since about, I would guess, 5th or 6th in Pennsylvania. Now the presidential limousine is making the turn into the last section of the parade route. Be in front of the White House and the presidential reviewing stand.
Excuse me, Dick, something else was thrown, and it didn't miss the car by very much. It spattered on the ground as it hit. That's at least the second thing. We don't know what it was. It has been thrown. Should emphasize the president was not hit. Nobody was hit. As far as we could see, the car wasn't hit.
The first elements of the parade are now starting to move past the White House. The president is not there yet, but he's getting close. Now it's going across 16th Street, which is the beginning of the White House grounds. There's some of the spectators in the high-priced seats.
Seem to be filled.
And those are the flags of the 50 states flapping in the wind there. That's the most familiar Nixon gesture, both arms upraised over his head, waving his hands. There will be a lot more people in this neighborhood that the president knows personally. He's facing away from the White House on that side as he points to somebody and gives another A-OK signal. Now a big cheer goes up as the president comes past the reviewing stand. This is in front of the White House, the north side of the White House. There you can see the stand, the presidential seal on it. The president is facing people who are seated in stands just bordering on Lafayette Park, directly across the street from the White House. It's also frequently a staging area for demonstrations. There's a big cheer that goes up from a group of spectators sitting next to the presidential reviewing stand. As he goes by, the car will swing left down 17th Street and take him into the south entrance of the White House. That's the Executive Office building in the background, adjunct to the White House, where many of the White House staffers work. Used to be the old State Department.
While we watch
Vice President Agnew waving also to the crowd on Lafayette Park side and to the White House side.
Dick Lariani, this is Edwin Newman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
As we watch Vice President Agnew, perhaps it's worth pointing out that the Executive Office building you identified before, and which you said used to be the State Department building. As a matter of fact, I once worked in there myself as a reporter. Before it was the State Department building, was the State War and Navy building, so that you have some indication of how the government has grown over the years. It started out housing 3 departments, came down to housing 1 department, and now simply serves, as you said, as a kind of annex for the White House staff.
I think it is the president's intention to get it back, or get the government back down to the size where the Executive Office building can house 3 departments again.
Well, I predict he won't do it.
There's a view just before the limousine gets to 17th Street to make the turn off the parade route.
One of the interesting things to me as a visitor is that President Nixon talks at his inaugural speech of having less power in Washington and more power to the people in their own responsibility, and yet there's more power in the presidency now than for a very long time.
There's a picture of Henry Kissinger, President Nixon's advisor on national security affairs. He's in the presidential reviewing stand, and now there's the president again, waving just before he leaves the parade route. There's the turn, and now he's off the parade route.
Well, to go back to what Robin Day was saying, Henry Kissinger himself is, of course, a personification of the growth and centralization of power, not so much in Washington, perhaps, as in the office of the presidency. Kissinger being himself part of that office, that is a sign of how power has been centered here.
The limousine is now going down 17th Street, past the Executive Office building that we were talking about. We'll go down to E Street, which is near the Corcoran Gallery, make another left, and then go into a gate take the president to the South Portico, which is the diplomatic entrance, normally the diplomatic entrance to the White House. He's been told he'll spend about 15 minutes changing from his semi-formal clothes into a business suit, and he will review the rest of the parade sitting in the presidential reviewing box in his business suit.
Dick Valeriani, Ed Newman here. May I make a point, which is that it should be clearly understood that what we are seeing and have been seeing is President Nixon with Mrs. Nixon, Vice President Agnew with Mrs. Agnew, making their way from the Capitol to the White House. This is not the parade. It is not any part of the parade. Once at the White House, Mr. Nixon will go in, change his clothes, and after a while come back out and then review the parade, which has not yet begun. So this is really only a very small sample of what is to come.
And the parade, we're told, will be much faster moving than this motorcade. The units have been told to really step out and to hold it to under 2 hours. That's a view down Pennsylvania Avenue, right in front of the White House, with the presidential reviewing stand off to the right. And you can see the flags, by the flags, how windy it is. There was, again, another picture of Henry Kissinger, president's advisor, and Pat Boone standing with him. It's in the presidential box. And there's a view of the south lawn of the White House as the presidential limousine rolls past the fountains on the south lawn. There's a wide shot from the Washington Monument of the south portico of the White House. As has been pointed out before, in the past, presidents normally have left the White House and come back to the White House via the north entrance on Pennsylvania Avenue. The president did that in 1969, but decided today to use the south portico. The limousine is now pulling up to the ground floor entrance. Dorman and the Secret Service agent will let him out. Mrs. Nixon. And they are now back at the White House. The president helping the Secret Service agent. That's the head of the detail. I think his name is Bob Taylor. And the president, Mrs. Nixon, going to the White House, and he will change now. He will be there about 10 or 15 minutes before he comes back out to review the inaugural parade. Back to Ed Newman.
Thank you, Dick. We did see a state secret of sorts revealed there, that President Nixon was wearing somebody else's coat, I think a Secret Service man's coat, as the parade went on, and he gave it back to him as they returned to the White House. And we'll be back with the rest of the inaugural day proceedings, including the parade, after this message from Borden's. President Nixon is in the White House. He has taken the oath for his second term of office. He has given his inaugural address. He has ridden from the Capitol to the White House, where he is now changing and where he will shortly begin reviewing the traditional Inauguration Day parade. There are demonstrations in Washington today, demonstrations against the president, against his policy. And for a report on those, here is NBC News correspondent Jim Hartz.
At least twice during the president's ride down Pennsylvania Avenue, objects were thrown from the crowd at his car, but neither the car nor Mr. Nixon nor anyone else, as far as we could tell, was hit. There was a group of war protesters gathered about 3 blocks from the White House, but as the motorcade went by there was no trouble. Earlier, near the Capitol, the police broke up a group of about 50 yippies, and the police seized from them a big papier-mâché rat, which they had been carrying about. There had been a report that they were going to try to get the rat into the parade. These incidents are the only reported difficulties today. By far, the war protest conducted here in the Capitol had been peaceful. Ron Nesson is at the Washington Monument, where the biggest demonstration is now going on. Ron?
Jim, the first speaker of the demonstration has just come up to the microphone. That's Congresswoman Bella Abzug. She is one of the organizers of this. It is a very large anti-war demonstration. It has just been announced from the platform that the police estimate 100,000 people. These demonstrators marched from Lincoln Memorial to this place on the grounds of the Washington Monument, about 2 blocks behind the White House. And even though the ceremonies have started, the marchers are still coming along Constitution Avenue from Lincoln Memorial. They've been coming for about an hour. So the figure of 100,000 may not be very far off. The crowd is generally orderly, generally quiet. They've been entertained while they're waiting for the speeches to start by rock music, which is the custom at anti-war demonstrations. Now the speeches are starting. Bella Abzug, the first speaker. Some of the others, and these are included among the sponsors of the event, the Reverend Philip Barracan, Congressman Andy Young of Georgia, Senator Philip Hart. The crowd is cold, has been cold, waiting for the demonstration to start, but now that the speeches are starting, they're beginning to warm up, they're cheering, responding to Ms. Abzug's speech and shouting out their slogans against the war and against the president. Jim?
Thank you. If that estimate of 100,000 turns out to be accurate, it'll be about double what the sponsors of the rally had expected. There were 3 other significant demonstrations in the city today. At Union Station, between 350 and 400 members of the Youth International Party, that's the Yippies, gathered and heard about 20 speakers. Not far away, also near the station, the Women's Strike for Peace and the Vietnam Veterans Against the War led about 2,300 persons across the Potomac River from Arlington Cemetery, and they joined the main demonstration at the Washington Monument grounds. Again, by far, all of the day's anti-war demonstrations have been peaceful, only 1 or 2 little incidents. Ed?
Thank you, Jim, and we'll be back to continue our coverage of Inauguration Day after this message from Eastern Airlines. Well, we're only a matter of minutes away now from the beginning of the Inauguration Day parade. President Nixon is in the White House, changing clothes, so we're told, changing from the formal or semi-formal garb that he wore at the Capitol to a business suit. He will then enter the reviewing stand on Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House, glass enclosed, bulletproof glass enclosed, and there review a parade that in which every state of the Union, as we understand it, but 3 are represented. North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming not represented. We believe there's no political significance in that. That arose from some difficulty in understanding precisely what the Inauguration Day Committee wanted. It has to be remembered that this is an inauguration with a theme, the theme being the spirit of '76, in spite of the fact that we are now only in '73. The last year, President Nixon's 2nd term will be 1976, the 200th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence and the founding of the United States, and that was the theme that was chosen. To this point, it has been a peaceful day. It does appear that the demonstrations taking place in Washington are a good deal larger than had been anticipated, to judge by the crowd figures put out by the Washington police. The numbers far exceed what had been expected. But they have been entirely orderly, and it is also, of course, noticeable that in his speech, the president as much as said that the war in Vietnam has ended. That he didn't use those precise words. He said, we are now bringing this war to an end, and he devoted his address to a discussion of what he intended to do in the years of peace that, in his view, have now begun. So we are now about to go back to our anchor team, term I think they'll accept. They also, as the president have made a trip from the Capitol to their new post. John Chancellor and David Brinkley.
Thank you, Edwin, and Robin, and Jack Perkins. Brinkley got caught in traffic, had a terrible time getting here.
Well, I got here.
He got here. The parade now was scheduled to have begun at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time. It's now almost 2:30 Eastern Time. The parade, parts of it are underway, but it's running easily 1 hour late as of now. And that means that it will probably continue until given the way these things go, 4:30, I would think.
Well, it gets dark in
Or
Washington
5.
at this time of year, around 4:30, 4:45, and there are no lights out there other than ordinary street lights. So the last units of the parade may very well pass the White House in almost darkness, total darkness.
Which happened in 4 years ago.
Has happened before.
Matter of fact, that's almost standard for these parades, to go on into the early evening or the late afternoon darkness. And inaugurations have a way of getting behind schedule because so many important people are involved. It is very easy to move around a lot of privates. It's pretty easy to move around a lot of lieutenants. It's very difficult to move around fast and on schedule a lot of generals, admirals, senators, congressmen, and, of course, the president. He tries to stay on schedule, but everybody else is so important. There are so many hands to be shook that it just gets behind schedule. And that's where we stand now, and that's in the honorable American tradition of all inaugurals.
Well, of course, they always work the same way. I've never known one to start on time or to finish on time. That is the parade part of it. The swearing in did, as you know. It was very prompt.
Yes, that went just fine. That was right bang on schedule. Anyway, the estimate is that 200,000 people will see this parade along the route in, as you've heard, seats ranging in price from $5 to $50. But other people can just come and stand and watch the parade go by. They have gone to a considerable amount of trouble, the Republican Party has. And I think we ought to emphasize that this is now a party affair. Right. Even though it has national importance, this is the Republican Party's show. They won the election, they get the parade. They're spending $575,000 to build those stands in the 1600 block of Pennsylvania Avenue to seat about 15,000 people in there. But the price of the tickets is expected to pay for those stands. One of the other things that they did was they let a contract to bird-proof the stands in Lafayette Park. There are 450 rock doves, known as pigeons, who live in Lafayette Park, and they have bird-proofed the stands there, all part of the arrangements here. And so that's where we stand now. The president, changing his clothes in the White House, will make his way to his personal reviewing
John, there's
stand.
one little statistic I think you ought to add. It is that they spent $50,000 trying to get rid of these birds, who seem still to be there. We figure that works out to 10 cents a bird.
We'll be back with more of the inaugural coverage after this word. David Brinkley and I sitting here in front of a picture of the presidential reviewing stand on Pennsylvania Avenue, where in a moment or two we expect President Nixon to take his place, and the parade will then be officially overseen by the president. It's an interesting parade. They always are. They are great demonstrations of Americana. The first unit you'll see in the parade is the Colonial Saybrook Fife and Drum Corps from old Saybrook, Connecticut. There are all sorts of floats and that have different themes. The Virginia float talks about the birthplace of a nation. There's one on the evolution of the American flag. There's a Black Horse troop you'll see today from Culver Military Academy. You just go through this book and you can find all kinds of things. The South Carolina float carries those hallowed words, "I have not yet begun to fight," spoken by the great American patriot John Paul Jones. And I think the president's coming out now. There's Secretary of State Rogers and Mrs. Rogers and Secretary of the Treasury George Shultz and Mrs. Shultz in the stands there. It's cold in those stands. There are some heaters, I think, but nevertheless, the wind is blowing, and it's a nippy afternoon in Washington. You can see Mrs. Rogers has come well prepared.
They rode in the procession from the Capitol in cars just behind the president, John, as you saw. The whole cabinet, in fact, riding in order of seniority. Not theirs, but their departments. State Department being first, Treasury second.
Yes.
The country was preoccupied with foreign affairs before it was preoccupied with money.
Well, I suppose if you were the Secretary of Computers, you'd have to be last, or printed circuits, or rock music.
Transportation, I think, is last, isn't it?
But anyway, there they are. That's Caspar Weinberger with the camera in his hand. He is the Secretary Designate of Health, Education, and Welfare. He has been working in the Executive Office building as the director of the Office of Management and Budget. And up in the upper right-hand corner, well, we'll get back to him. We've switched away from that. There it is. There's the stand, and you see the presidential seal. That's 8 feet high, and that's plexiglass above it. Those steel posts supporting that roof are 34 feet high. They did have a much more imaginative design, better architecturally, my guess would be, than this one. And because it required support braces to be put on the lawn of the White House itself, it was against the law, and they couldn't approve that design. They only wanted to go in about 2 feet, but it was decreed that that was not possible. The glass in front of that is bulletproof glass, which is 9/16 of an inch thick.
It does have heaters inside at the president's feet.
In the president's part, it does, David. I'm not sure it does for the other folks in there under the canopy. There's the Vice President and Mrs. Agnew. And Richard Valeriani at the White House may be able to see this as well as we can. Can you see that, Dick?
Yes, I can. They're walking right past me. The Vice President is not wearing a top coat. Mrs. Agnew waves to the cameras and a couple of reporters she knows. She's in purple. They're being led by a Marine escort, a Lieutenant Colonel, 2 Secret Service men behind the Vice President, and a doctor, and then 2 more Secret Service men, his regular contingent. He is going to go into a heated enclosure, so he won't need a top coat. There's a small wave of some people who cheer him as he is about to go into the presidential reviewing stand. The only people in the presidential box will be the President and Mrs. Nixon and their immediate family, and the Vice President and Mrs. Agnew and their immediate family. There's a view of the area around the presidential box.
That's Peter Brennan, the new Secretary of Labor. In the upper left-hand corner is Peter Peterson, who is the outgoing Secretary of Commerce. His departure from the White House was not totally happy. Talking, I believe, with Rosemary Woods, the President's personal secretary. In the middle, a man whose nomination is likely to be controversial. It's not a nomination. His name is Roy Ash, and he has been appointed to head the Office of Management and Budget. Some people on the Congress say that Mr. Ash, whom you see just seated now there, the balding man in the dark
How soon
coat,
is he coming out?
Mr. Ash will be challenged by some members of the Congress. But that's politics ahead of us. Now you hear ruffles and flourishes, and that means the President is on his way.
That's for the Vice President, I think, John.
Ah. Yes, it is. Members of the Vice President's family include Mr. and Mrs. Bob DeHaven. That's the daughter and the son-in-law of the Vice President. Miss Kimberly Agnew, Miss Susan Agnew, who goes to school in Washington here. Mr. J. Rand Agnew and Mrs. Camelia Angelos, who is J. Rand's fiancée.
John Chancellor, White House News Secretary Ron Ziegler just came out and headed for the presidential box, so that means the President will not be far behind.
That little wooden boardwalk we saw a minute ago, and we'll see again in a minute, I assume, is a temporary thing built across the front lawn, mainly in case of rain, so they don't all have to wade out through the mud. That.
You know, the rainiest was Franklin Roosevelt's inaugural in '37, when it just rained cats and dogs for hours and hours, drenched everybody.
I think we're getting...
One thing I don't know, and could somebody tell me, what is the parade doing during this little wait? Is it stopped around the corner?
Here comes the President.
Well,
there it is.
Question, you got an answer. It's stopped. It's around the corner, formed on Pennsylvania Avenue.
There he comes.
He's coming out now. When he takes his place, then they will start marching, drumming and bugling.
And the day is noticeably brighter.
The sun was out for a few seconds just a couple of minutes ago. The president now has a top coat on, his own top coat.
Presumably.
Presumably. Waving, smiling to newsmen that he knows.
For those of you who may not understand that remark, he wore a Secret Service man's top coat in the parade, or the motorcade down here. Behind him, Mrs. Mamie Eisenhower, the widow of the late president.
Spectators are applauding as he gets near the box. There's a trailer here, which he may go into a holding trailer before he goes into the presidential box itself. Now he is going right up into the presidential reviewing stand. The rest of the family is behind him. Mrs. Edward and Tricia Cox. Mrs. Eisenhower in a bright red outfit. And Julie Nixon Eisenhower, as we've pointed out, David is on duty with the Navy in the Mediterranean. And a couple of Secret Service agents and a White House valet behind them.
You suppose if David had applied for leave to come home, the Navy would have said no?
Well, they may have. David wanted to avoid the kind of flap that an Eisenhower was involved in 1953 when President Truman ordered Dwight David Eisenhower's son home for the inaugural, and President Eisenhower accused Truman of trying to embarrass him. And Truman said no, he was just trying to be friendly.
Can't imagine anyone would object to that. Those are trumpets reflected in the glass in front of the reviewing stand.
Well, the parade can begin now. 2:45.
Did you tell him I got some information?
About an hour and a half late.
Yeah.
I got no reception. I set it, but I didn't hear.
Those trumpets that you see there with the flags hung below them are in use now much more in the Nixon administration than in previous administrations, if my memory serves.
Heraldic trumpets.
Heraldic trumpets.
Long, no curve, no bends in. They hang heralds on the flag.
And they make a magnificent sight on the sweeping porches and stairways at the back of the White House on the South Lawn. Mrs. Cox, of course, the president's daughter, just to his left, right. All right, it's about to begin, a little bit behind schedule, but nevertheless, the sun is peeking out, and we're going to start the parade in just a minute. After this word from Eastern Airlines. And there, passing the presidential reviewing stand on Pennsylvania Avenue, we're going to look carefully now at this. We'll just have a look at the picture when we see it. Those are the massed state and territorial flags, the massed colors of the 50 states, the District of Columbia and the territories, and they're carried by members of the 5 armed services. That's the Indiana Black Horse Troop going by from Culver Military Academy.
They have a lead horse in there, John, named the Clock, who's 28 years old, equal in a human, if I figure this right, to 112.
That's the theme float, the Spirit of 76. Commemorating the 200th anniversary, which will come in 1976. The President very involved in this. He chose the theme, named his airplane the Spirit of 76 some time ago. That ought to be the United States Military Academy Band.
They've been doing this since President Grant, one of their own alumni.
David,
became president.
just learned that that's the
University of Tennessee.
University of Tennessee, apparently. So I think I'm going to stick with the fact that that was the Military Academy Band, because this looks like the Military Academy marching unit going by, and that's the Joint Color Team. 3rd U.S. Infantry.
It's one of the oldest regiments in the Army. They guard the tomb of the unknown soldier, perform other ceremonial duties in Washington. They're stationed in Virginia, just across the river.
And we saw a contingent from the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Infantry go by there just a minute ago. And now I think here's the University of Tennessee, pride of the Southland Marching Band.
It is. The band was formed in 1865 when the university reopened after the Civil War.
That's a big band. 180 of them.
Well, as you know, there's a band at the end of the parade with 1,967 pieces. The largest band in the history of the world.
There's the Virginia float celebrating the settlement at Jamestown in 1607, when Virginia became the birthplace of the nation, according to Virginians. This is the New Hampshire Royal Eagles Drum and Drill Corps from Plymouth, New Hampshire.
When President Nixon was campaigning in several places where he appeared and spoke, they had local bands playing for him, and where he was pleased with them, he invited them to come to his inaugural parade if he was elected. And they all accepted, and many of them are here.
Now, those are 4 Lipizzan stallions from the Temple Farms in northern Illinois. They are related to the famed Lippizan horses of the Spanish Riding School in Vienna, Austria.
Well, now, where do you think this band is from? Whittier, California. You suppose they had any trouble getting into the parade? I doubt it. They've got some connections here.
Dressed as 17th century cavaliers. That's a pretty good band. I think they could have got in if they hadn't been from Whittier, California. There's a float coming up from the state of Massachusetts. Massachusetts being the only state that didn't vote for Richard Nixon. Nevertheless, they're right up in front in the parade. Followed by the Concord Minutemen.
This is a private group. It's made up of businessmen from the Concord area, including insurance men, doctors, lawyers, salesmen, one truck driver.
And probably some Nixon voters, wouldn't you say?
I assume so.
There it is, turning out to be quite a sunny day on Pennsylvania Avenue.
For about another hour.
About another hour, that's right. Well, they're going by awfully fast.
Yes, they are, the parade.
It's tight, it's moving fast.
That's the float from Mississippi.
Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God, is the motto of the Mississippi float.
That's a marching unit from Maryland called the 1st Maryland Regiment. They're mostly young men, 22, 23, 24, who get together, I think, twice a week, they told us, drill, practice. Their uniforms are replicas of the ones worn by the 1st Maryland Regiment in 1779. They don't carry the American flag, they say, because military regiments did not begin doing that until the 19th century.
Those look like Lord Baltimore's colors there, carrying there. All right, we're going to have more of the parade, lots more, but we're going to pause now for a message from Bordens. Texas band has just gone by.
That's Pennsylvania's float, showing George Washington crossing the Delaware and surprising the Hessians asleep in Trenton, New Jersey.
The Connecticut Marching Unit, the Governor's Foot Guard. Again, another band consistent with the Spirit of 76 theme. They say they are the oldest organization of their kind in existence, formed before the country was. This, I believe, is another float from Virginia showing the original fire apparatus purchased by George Washington and donated to the Friendship Fire Company in 1775. They used that fire engine until 1849, so it was a good investment.
It looks like a very good one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty. Oh, that red brass.
This next band is known as the Marching Redskins. It's the Delaware Band, Henry C. Conrad High School Band.
All these young people who come here to march in these bands, in fact, everyone in the parade, pays his own way. And they have developed the most ingenious ways of raising the money. This band financed its trip to Washington last time by selling chocolate bars. This time, the Delaware Inaugural Committee paid for it. Delaware Committee. Float from Delaware, taking note of the fact it was the first state in the Union to approve the Declaration of Independence.
And while the parade goes on down Pennsylvania Avenue, the counter-inaugural demonstrators are still on the grounds of the Washington Monument. We'll switch there now to Ron Nesson.
War against the people.
There's been one episode, or one potential episode, here at the generally peaceful anti-war demonstration at the monument. There is a yellow flatbed truck which is trying to push its way slowly through the very large crowd up to the speaker's stand. The yellow truck, we're not sure exactly who's in the yellow truck, but they are the more militant anti-war demonstrators. And from the platform a few moments ago, the Master of Ceremonies, the Reverend Channing Phillips, asked the peaceful anti-war demonstrators to stop that truck to not let it get any closer. It's got its own sound equipment on it, and presumably the purpose is to get the yellow truck up close to the front of the crowd where the more militant anti-war demonstrators could make more militant speeches. The speeches so far, the one going on now by Jerry Gordon, he's the leader of the National Peace Action Coalition, one of the organizers of this event, along with the People's Coalition for Peace and Justice. All the speeches have been peaceful. The speakers have repeatedly told the crowd to be quiet, to be peaceful, not to demonstrate violently. Several times they've asked if some of the crowd would volunteer to be marshals to make sure it stays peaceful. The significance is not what is being said here. The significance is the size of the crowd, at least 100,000. Even at a time when the president is saying the war is almost over, this many people have come here to demand that the war be ended now, as they have continually chanted. Ron Nesson, NBC News at the Washington Monument Grounds.
Ron Nesson is right. The size of that crowd is remarkable, given the mood of the country is expressed in the election and in the polls. There are quite a lot of people. Let's go back and have a look at the parade now. That's the Nevada band, I believe, going by. That's the Elko High School band from Nevada. That's the Chicago Black Horse Troop, or actually it's called the Medina Temple Black Horse Troop. They escorted Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip of Great Britain. When they were in Chicago, they've escorted the astronauts out there.
Biloxi, Mississippi High School band you hear there playing Hail to the Redskins, this Washington pro football team's song.
Locally as Redskins. They're all wearing Indian costume.
I think it's patterned after the dress of the Biloxi Indians who settled the Gulf Coast.
This is something called the Con Davis Equestrian Group. It's from the Miramar Ranch in San Diego, California. And those are pintos, and they've all won a lot of cups and awards.
All that metal on there is silver.
We'll be back with more of the parade and more of those bands after this word from Eastern Airlines. National Bank's participation in this inaugural parade.
That's a real coach, they say, the original one. Carries 9 people inside, 9 hanging on the outside.
That looks very much like the USA Mounted Color Guard and Drill Team from Fort Carson, Colorado. That's the last authentic horse cavalry platoon in the United States Army. How about that? Suppose they still blow charge? High School marching band from Illinois, Paris, Illinois.
They raised money, John, by putting on a telethon, a radiothon, selling chili and chicken noodle soup. Enterprise and ingenuity in this country are not dead. That's right. That's the Abraham Lincoln float with some words from the Gettysburg Address.
That was sponsored by the inaugural committee. That doesn't come from any state. Douglas County High School Tiger Band.
When Mr. Nixon was campaigning in Georgia, in Atlanta, he drew, I think, the biggest crowd he had during his campaign. 500,000 people or more.
I was there.
And this band was playing, and he was so pleased with it all, he asked them to come to his parade. And here they are.
The president was on Peachtree Street in Atlanta that day. Peachtree Street is one of the great streets to campaign on. It may not have been designed by architects, but by a political advance man. It's narrow, crowded. There are wonderful places for photographers, and all presidential candidates like to go through Peachtree Street. There's the Alabama float. Well, it's not, but there it is.
Southern Lifestyle, it's labeled.
Southern Hospitality, I think.
This is the band from North Carolina, East Bladen Senior Band from Elizabethtown, North Carolina.
$112 in that band. This is the Golden Spike float sent by Utah. It recalls the day in 1869 when they drove a golden spike into the tracks of the Southern Pacific Railroad to complete the construction of a transcontinental railroad across the United States. We'll be back with more of the inaugural parade after this word from board. And that is the Wahoma White Falcon Band from West Virginia, Mason, West Virginia. High school band.
They came up here by bus, or over here by bus, escorted out of Mason by the police escort.
Leaders of the Congress there, you can see Senator and Mrs. Mike Mansfield, Senator and Mrs. Hugh Scott. They're the party leaders in the Senate. Gerald Ford, Mrs. Ford there. Senator Griffith of Michigan. And the United States Navy Commander and Staff. The United States Navy Band is what we've got now. As if you didn't know by now.
Much of this.
From Annapolis, from the Naval Academy.
That's a Troy State University band from Alabama. Give my regards to Broadway.
That will be the float from North Carolina, celebrating air transportation. It was at Kitty Hawk in 1903 that Orville and Wilbur got it off the ground.
The wingspan of a big modern airplane is longer than their total flight.
Amazing. This should be the Ferris State College Marching Band from Michigan, Big Rapids, Michigan. The schedule had called for them to be playing the Washington Post March. There's an electric car from 1915. Goes 20 miles an hour and doesn't pollute.
Only non-polluting automobile in the parade. It's called a
Baker.
Baker.
Wasn't bad transportation.
Oh, it looks pretty good.
That's the float from Michigan you see there, celebrating the automobile industry. Replica of Henry Ford's first automobile. Must have spent a lot of money on some of these floats, David.
Well, on the back end of the float is a car with power steering, tape decks, bucket seats, so on. It's a Freeport High School Falcon Marching Band from Freeport, Maine.
The next float you see will be from the state of Maine, and its theme, Friends Across the Border, honoring their relationship with their Canadian friends just to the north.
This should be the band from Lewiston, Idaho. We'll be back in a moment after word from Eastern Airlines.
Now, this is the Alaska float, the theme of which is uniting people through progress. Igloos, dog sleds, oil wells, Alaska.
High School in Oregon.
Called the Mustang Marchers. And this is a view of the Oregon float. That's to represent the Cascade Mountains, those beautiful mountains out in Oregon. That's the Navajo Tribal Band, Window Rock, Arizona. The Kentucky Band, I believe. No, that's a Navajo float that's going by. Or Arizona float? I'm sorry, it's the Arizona float, called Teaching Us to Live with the Land. And that'll be the Brooklyn Case High School Band from South Carolina, Case, South Carolina. They've been in 3 inaugural parades.
Tennessee's float, celebrating the growth of country and western music, of which Nashville is now the center. Lynn Anderson, famous singer of in this field, on the float.
And just behind there, you see from Fort Sill, Oklahoma, a field artillery half section.
Aurora, Missouri. It's the Aurora High School, called the Hound Dog Band.
People in that band.
I'm not referring to Aurora particularly, but have you noticed how the smallest towns turn out the biggest bands?
Yeah, they do.
There's one in here which represents about 1/5 of the population of the town.
The Golden Spurs Texas Marching Unit from the J.W. Nixon High School in Laredo, Texas. The president asked them, this is one of those groups David referred to, the president was campaigning in Texas, saw the band and asked them to come to the inaugural, and they did.
It's John McCormick, the former retired Speaker of the House of Representatives, in the President's reviewing stand, Massachusetts.
The Shenandoah High School from Middletown, Indiana, called the Raiders. They were named the best band in Indiana, and they have a lot of high school bands in Indiana. They beat out 78 others this year for that, last year, I think, maybe, for that honor. We'll be back with more coverage of the 47th inaugural after this word from Borders. And if our calculations are correct, that's a band from Kentucky going by the presidential reviewing stand, the Morehead State University Marching Band. And I hope we're right, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes it's a little difficult to keep up with them all, and they're going by very fast in this parade. But we've got a lot of spotters, so we just hope we're right, and we apologize to any of you we may have mislabeled. That one obviously is from Kentucky.
Well, you can read as well as we can from Georgia. Its theme is Education Can Free the World. It depicts some of Georgia's educational achievements.
And the Golden Skyliners Junior Drum and Bugle Corps from Montana, Great Falls.
The President and the Vice President have little printed programs which they consult from time to time to be sure they know which unit is which.
This is the Ohio float, called the Spirit of America. It says that native sons of Ohio were both first in flight and first on the moon.
Is Ohio State the biggest school in the country? It's somewhere close if it's not. In any case, they have 180 pieces here in their band.
We got a lot of tubas. Are those tubas? Those are tubas. Those are tubas. And this is the Fort Wayne, Indiana Mizpah Shrine Horse Patrol. And as you see them go by, you'll see one horse shied earlier. I think we just saw it go by, and it's going by riderless.
Each section of the parade is led by a contingent from the military, again in order of seniority, the Army, Navy. This one will be led by the Air Force, Division 4.
There they come. And the United States Air Force Band.
They just took in their first woman musician, plays a clarinet, but she is not marching today because her new uniform is not ready.
And that's the color guard going by, and another marching unit from the Air Force Academy. We are now beginning the 4th division of this parade, which began an hour or so ago, and there's only one more division to go. So they really are moving. This will break all records, I think, for the fast pace. I think that's the District of Columbia band, David.
Archbishop Carroll High School here in Washington, D.C.
Then we'll have more of the parade after this word from Eastern Airlines.
Caldwell Village Townhouses. These brand new townhouse homes are under the FHA 235 program. If you qualify, you can own one of these really attractive townhouses with monthly payments about like rent. Caldwell Village is right on the bus line at Meridian and Spring Street, next to McNeely Day Home. 2 and 3 bedrooms, bath and a half, stove and refrigerator in every kitchen. For more information about Caldwell Village Townhouses, call 255-1818 or stop by soon.
This is Channel 4, WSM-TV, Nashville.
And back at the parade now, you just saw the Cleveland Mounted Police Unit go by, and now coming up is the Kansas State Teachers College Hornet Marching Band.
They play at a lot of football halftime programs.
The parade is over at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, and it took 1 hour and 25 minutes to go past a single point at the beginning of the parade route, which means that it will probably be the shortest parade in recent inaugural history. This is the physical fitness float sponsored by the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports.
That was the former world trampoline champion, George Harry.
Suppose he ducks when they go under bridges?
Well,
and the Thunderbird Angel Flight, the Oklahoma marching unit. This is from Oklahoma State University in Stillwater. All-woman precision marching drill team. NASA gets something in the parade. National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Moon rover.
Moon rover.
8.7 miles an hour.
$8 million to produce, or something like that.
It'll never sell.
And astronauts. Gene Cernan, Jack Schmitt, Ron Evans, the Apollo 17 astronaut.
That's the Brigham Young University Marching Band, invited into the parade by J. Willard Marriott, who's the chairman of the inaugural committee. He is from Utah.
And that is a Florida float from Florida, celebrating the first Church of America in St. Augustine. Ponce de Leon came into this part of the United States in 1565. This part of North America, I suppose, would be more accurate. That was the Rhode Island Newport military contingent. And the horsemen you see there are the Maryland Mounted Park Police.
Coming up is the Platte Valley High School Band from Colorado.
Kersey, Colorado.
Kersey, Colorado. And they raised $19,000 to come to Washington by raffling livestock, pigs, sheep, cows. They raffled a Volkswagen, sold candy bars, and took up contribution. Got the money, and here they are.
I would have given a little something.
And they look fine. The town has a population of 500 people, and the band has 87.
This float you see going by with the Spirit of 76 on it is a veteran's float. Now, I'm not sure about this.
That's a veterans marching unit passing now.
That's the Woodway High School Marching Band from the state of Washington, Edmonds, Washington. First time they've ever been in an inaugural parade.
The Missouri Military Academy Fusiliers from Mexico, Missouri.
And that concludes the 4th Division. The Coast Guard commanding officer and staff just nipped by the reviewing stand there, beginning the 5th Division of a 5-division parade. The United States Coast Guard Band, the Coast Guard Academy staff, and Alpha Company from the Coast Guard Academy. Now, the Merchant Marine will be following here. Their uniforms are not all that different. The Merchant Marine Academy staff, the Merchant Marine Academy Band.
They're from Kings Point, New York.
And a color guard. be back with more of the inaugural parade after this word from Borden. Back at the parade, getting toward the end of it now. President still looking interested, rested. McCook High School band from McCook, Nebraska. Followed by the International Brotherhood of Operating Engineers. That's a band and marching unit from Briarcliff Manor and the Queen Village Queen Band from Warwick. That's about the only labor union unit in this parade.
The only one, I think.
The only one. The President picked a New York City labor leader, a Democrat, to be his Secretary of Labor, Peter Brennan.
Queen Band.
And there from Texas, the Hella Black Horse Troops, from the Texas Shriners. Hella Black Horse Troops. Next outfit comes from Hawaii, I believe.
That's the Hawaii float.
The bridge between East and West. It would be charitable to say that it would be accurate to say that some of those people are freezing to death up there. This is well, that's Julie Nixon Eisenhower. That is the Governor Livingston Regional High School marching unit from Berkeley Heights, New Jersey. Scott Guard uniform. The American Heritage float, titled United Under One Flag.
makes the point of how a great variety of people have contributed to building this country. That's Altoona, Pennsylvania. The Altoona Area High School Band.
We'll be back with more of the parade after this word from Eastern Ellen. Back at the parade now. That may be the Rockland County, New York Mounted Patrol just going by.
This float is called Parks to the People. The national parks.
And this should be the North High School Band from Iowa, from Des Moines, Iowa.
It's called the Polar Bear Band. Float devoted to youth. It bears the words, life, pass it on.
The 18-year-old vote went to Mr. Nixon in comparable proportions to the national vote, perhaps. We're not quite sure. The turnout wasn't very much, far below the national average. This, David?
Go ahead. Perry, Oklahoma High School Band.
This is the Bicentennial Commission float that you see there, the Spirit of 76, sponsored by the American Revolution Bicentennial Commission.
Coming up here, John, if it's in place, and we can't tell till it appears, is the band we were talking about with 1,976 players. Observing the bicentennial year of the U.S., 1976. The largest band ever to march in any parade anywhere, and it was gathered together from 20 high schools in Fairfax County, Virginia. It is 4 blocks long.
There it is.
They're still turning the corner back there. I don't know how they can play because those in the back can't hear those in the front.
I think that's true in some smaller bands, too, Dave.
Maybe.
Anyway, there they are.
1976-piece band.
Maybe the ones in the back won't be playing the same tune as the ones in the front.
Well, that's quite a sight, isn't it? Playing what disc jockeys call the big band sound.
That's right.
high schools contributed.
They have been running these units past the reviewing stand at the rate of about, well, when we're finished, including this behemoth of a band going by now, 144 units will have gone by the reviewing stand in something like 90 minutes, which means that they're about 40 seconds each in front of the reviewing stand. This one's going to take a couple of minutes. We'll be back with more of the big band sound after this word from Boydens. And the biggest band in the whole world, having walked down Pennsylvania Avenue, the inaugural parade is now over. You see the crowd in Pennsylvania Avenue there in front of the presidential reviewing stand. Not exactly in front, but quite close to it. People coming out of the stands on their way home after this parade. The weather did hold, David, and there's still some light down there. They moved that parade along as fast as any parade I've ever seen, certainly of that size.
I've never seen one move quite so fast, John. Usually there are quite long gaps in the parade, sometimes a block or two. In this one, there was none. Didn't see any at all. Those are mostly people from the $50 seats straight across the street from the president's reviewing stand, who have gone over trying to get a closer look at him and the vice president and their families before they go back into the White House.
That's the walkway leading into the White House itself from the reviewing stand. And you can just make out the president's head right in the center of your picture. The man in the light coat with his hands in his pockets is standing in front of him. Mr. and Mrs. Edward Cox you can see on the left-hand side, and Mrs. Nixon you can just make out in there. They've stopped to chat with some people on their way back. This is one of our cameras on the White House lawn. That looks to me like the Chief Justice with his back to the... no, I guess not. I'm sorry, it's not. There comes the President and Mrs. Nixon now. Tonight they'll be attending a number of functions around town. So this long, what must have been an exhilarating day for the President is by no means over. He stayed up late last night working on his acceptance speech. Inaugural address, I should say. Treasury in the background, and now we'll see the White House.
The White House is white because when the British burned it in 1812, it was left smoked and stained, and they painted it white to cover up the stains, and it's been white ever since. Prior to that, it was stone.
Mr. Nixon has stopped now to chat with some of the Executive Protection Service officers on the lawn and apparently some of the photographers who are there to take his picture. In an expansive mood, unquestionably.
They ran off the parade about as they ran off the election, John. Quickly, briskly, very efficiently.
Very efficiently. There in the foreground is Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, the widow of the former president, and Julie Nixon Eisenhower helping her. Mrs. Nixon now talking to the reporters. We'll find out when the wires move that, what they said. Let's see if Richard Valeriani, our White House correspondent, is down there. Maybe he can hear what's going on. Dick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, John.
Are you too close to the president to talk?
I'm pretty close. I can't quite hear. You can't hear quite what he's saying on the mic, but he's talking about the bands.
Any help you can give us, Dick?
You're sure it was the other one, of course, was my own home school, Whittier High School, which is rather interesting. I graduated from Whittier High School, and Mrs. Nixon taught at Whittier High School, so it should have been the first band. Their feathers indicated that ours was a bird.
How does this compare with the first inaugural?
Second term
off to a good start today, then?
I think to the extent that inaugurals the spirit of the parade and so forth, and yes, I like the broad-based feel of it. As I said, it covered the whole country geographically. It covered the whole country from the standpoint of the generations. It covered the whole country from the standpoint of all of the groups. I think one of the other groups that impressed me was the American Heritage Group, where you had people of all, and they were so proud. They'd never been in a parade before. As they just looked, you could see it in their faces. That was very exciting. I think as far as those things, as an inaugural, you were asking
how would you compare it with the first inaugural?
You know, as a matter of fact, I have a very good memory, but I can't recall how the first was. It was 1952. And what I remember most about that was standing there. Of course, I was vice president. Naturally, as most people would be, very much in awe of the president, President Eisenhower. And along came the first two marching units, and they had the Cadet Corps and then the Navy. They didn't have the Air Force at that time. And I sort of said, what is that? He says, that's West Point. That's the Corps. So I knew what the Corps was today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see you tonight. Can we get a family picture?
Try to get a shot of the fans.
The president is now posing for pictures in front of some television cameras here just at the entrance to the White House with Mrs. Eisenhower. Her bright red outfit. There's Julie Eisenhower. Now back to John and David up in the booth.
All right, some talk from the president about past inaugurals. We'll be back with more talk about this one after this word from Eastern Airlines. There had been talk yesterday and before that of a boycott by some members of Congress of the president's inauguration because of his bombing policies. The House Majority Leader, however, Thomas O'Neill from Massachusetts, said today that as far as he knows, there were more members of Congress at this inaugural than he had seen in the past 20 years. He said that isn't such a good turnout record, incidentally. He said that 300 of the 535 members of the House and Senate attended, but I guess a lot of them stay away, and that's a pretty good attendance record. So the big boycott did not turn out. However, among black members of Congress, 14 out of the 15 members did stay away in the House of Representatives. The only one who did turn up was Charles Diggs of Michigan. He said he attended because, quote, I respect the institution of the presidency. So we're getting toward the end of this day here in Washington, the 47th inaugural. And to take a look at it for you, here's Jim Hart.
Thank you, John. The president's long day began before 8 o'clock this morning when he got up and ate a light breakfast. 3 hours later, he was entertaining guests, the vice president, leaders of Congress, and several members of his family. Then at a few minutes past 11 o'clock, Mr. Nixon, accompanied by his wife and escorted by 2 senators, left the White House for the Capitol. Behind a flying wedge of motorcycles and surrounded by dozens of Secret Service agents and police, the president was driven up Pennsylvania Avenue. Crowds had already gathered, and there were a few pickets scattered among the onlookers. Security was tight all day. The Capitol was ringed by National Guardsmen standing every 50 feet. But there was no trouble, and at high noon, Mr. Nixon was sworn in for his second term.
President, are you ready to take the Constitution?
Then, Mr. Nixon delivered a 1,700-word address which stressed self-reliance.
In our own lives, let each of us ask, not just what will government do for me, but what can I do for myself? In the challenges we face together, let each of us ask, not just how can government help, but how can I help? Your national government has a great and vital role to play. And I pledge to you that where this government should act, we will act boldly and we will lead boldly. But just as important is the role that each and every one of us must play as an individual and as a member of his own community. From this day forward, let each of us make a solemn commitment in his own heart to bear his responsibility, to do his part, to live his ideals, so that together we can see the dawn of a new age of progress for America. And together, as we celebrate our 200th anniversary as a nation, we can do so proud in the fulfillment of our promise to ourselves and to the world. As America's longest and most difficult war comes to an end, let us again learn to debate our differences with civility and decency.
Reaction to Mr. Nixon's remarks was generally favorable. After a lunch with members of Congress, Mr. Nixon came out of the Capitol, got in his bubble-top limousine, and started the slow drive back to the White House. As the car was leaving the Capitol grounds, the president stood up and remained standing in the car, waving to spectators along the way throughout the rest of the procession. It's cool in Washington today, and at one point a Secret Service agent gave the president his coat. At another point, some demonstrators threw apples, oranges, a few rocks, and a bottle, but the car was not hit. 4 years ago, Mr. Nixon's car was hit by some rocks thrown by demonstrators, and a half-dozen arrests were made today near the area where the incident occurred. Back at the White House, the president changed clothes, and joined by Vice President Agnew, he watched the parade. The families of the two men were also inside a bulletproof, heated enclosure built on the sidewalk in front of the White House. While the president was having his day, there were thousands of people in Washington protesting the war. Except for those few incidents in the parade and one or two others, the protest has been extremely peaceful. This is the largest gathering in the city at the Washington Monument. The speakers here have included several members of Congress. Here's a report from the monument grounds from Ron Nesson.
Well, Jim, the demonstration at the monument is breaking up, even though there are many more speakers to come, including I.F. Stone and Philip Barragan. It's just too cold here. There are no more than 5,000 people left, I would say, out of the original 100,000 or more. The ones who are left are huddled around fires built in trash cans. Most of the demonstrators dispersed peacefully. They began dispersing very early. As I say, it's just too cold. Some did go to the base of the Washington Monument, and there tried to raise their own anti-war banners on the flagpoles which normally fly the American flags. A number of police on horses kept them away from the monument. They did manage to get some of their banners up, and their own leaders of this demonstration said, don't go there, stay here and listen to the speeches. But they didn't. Most of them are going home. Having made their gesture of coming here in large numbers, they decided to go, not endure the cold, because they've heard this rhetoric against the war many times before. Jim?
Still to come tonight, the presidential balls at the Kennedy Center and 2 at the Smithsonian, 1 at the old Pension Building. And we'll be back with more coverage of today's inaugural activities after this from Borden's.
We are beginning to get some reaction into the president's inaugural address, which he delivered some hours ago. Governor George Wallace of Alabama, who attended the ceremony in a wheelchair, said there were several areas in the speech that I agreed with. He said, I like the general tone of the speech. There was some criticism, however. Tip O'Neill, Congressman Thomas O'Neill of Massachusetts, the House Democratic leader, said there was more praying than words by the president. And Senator Walter Mondale summed up what many critics are saying about the president's apparent intent in this speech to signal that he will be asking for more self-reliance on the part of individuals and less reliance on their part on the federal government. Mondale said, self-reliance is fine, but what if you're sick, What if you're poor? What if you can't get a job? What if you're mentally ill or retarded? And what if you can't speak English? Senator Edmund Muskie and Henry Jackson, both of whom ran for the presidency last year, said they were concerned by the lack of any presidential reconciliation with the democratically controlled Congress. Jackson said it looks like we're off to a difficult start as far as the Congress is concerned. But Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia, who is the Assistant Senate Majority Leader, said, I was glad for the emphasis on letting other nations help themselves and on less dependence on the federal government and more on the individual. Those are some of the pieces of reaction that we're getting in on the president's inaugural address, which will be chewed over by the columnists, by the editorial writers, for quite some time to come. David?
Well, in the first reactions from the people sitting in the stands this morning listening to him, as we discussed at the time, the loudest applause, I think, came when he said that we would hereafter not intervene in other people's wars, would do our share, but would expect other countries to do theirs. I think that got the loudest applause. Edwin Newman is over here with a friend of his, Robin Day. Edwin, Robin, tell us what you've thought of what you've seen today.
Well, that point you just made, David, about the loudest applause going to the section of the president's speech in which he said we would depend more on other people to do more for themselves, of course, struck Robin Day very, very strongly, didn't it?
Yes, I don't think there's any illusion in the minds of people in Europe that America now wants Europe to play a greater part in their defense. The question is how it's going to be organized, whether the new Europe, which now includes Britain, is going to have to mount its own nuclear weapons, and to what extent American ground forces, conventional forces, are going to be withdrawn. After Vietnam, will America ever fight a war on land abroad, ever? That is a question.
Robin, the president, as I recall, or the administration in some form this year, I believe they said that for the next 2 or 3 years, American troop levels in Europe would stay as they are now. And as you know, it was an issue in the presidential campaign, and the president and his men his surrogates, came down very strongly on maintaining that force. We are having a couple of conferences with the Russians this year on precisely this. And don't you think it's prudent that we just wait and stay where we are?
Well, that is for you to decide. One will wait and see how these European security conferences develop. One would hope that that Europe was not left naked and defenseless in the front of the Russian massed forces, which, short of American nuclear power, could get to the Channel in a few days.
So, in any case, Robin, you see this as Robin Day sees this as a very clear signal to Europeans from President Nixon. We'll be back with more on the inauguration after this from Eastern Airlines. We're talking with Robin Day of the BBC about the meaning of President Nixon's speech, particularly for people in Western Europe. You saw in it, as you said, a clear signal to the Europeans, Western Europeans, that they're going to have to do more for themselves. I took that to be less a military matter than a financial matter, a trade matter, that what we want is more favorable treatment.
Well, I think trade is... I don't think he was talking about trade and finance in that section. I think he was talking about military defense. There will be a lot of talk about trade and getting rid of protectionism, particularly when our Prime Minister from Britain comes over here next week or in a few days' time. But I think the question is going to be raised. No one thinks that America is going to pull out of NATO immediately, because one knows that the trend of American policy has been in this direction. But I think that we will be interested to see how soon America decides that Europe, as it gets more strong and more united, has got to bear its own defense.
Robin, this speech that the President made today, does it accord with the view that Europeans in general have of him, the impression they have of Mr. Nixon?
Yes, I think so. I think that although a great many people have not liked the Vietnam policy, people who've been following American politics know that Mr. Nixon did not get America into Vietnam and have admired his skill, as they see it, in de-escalating the war. However much they may not have liked the bombing. They've admired his trips to Moscow, they've admired his skill in dealing with inflation, they've admired what appears to be a cooling of the domestic atmosphere, they admire his guts in climbing back from political humiliation, and they admire his flexibility in changing from the man who was on the Un-American Activities Committee to the man who went to drink champagne in the Great Hall of the People in Peking.
Robin,
we like pragmatism in Britain.
Robin, we've heard the phrase used in the United States here to describe the president's policies, and the phrase is Tory radicalism.
Yes.
What would your reaction as an Englishman be to that?
Well, I think the phrase was that the Tories make the most radical changes. Well, you have had that. Mr. Macmillan was a Tory and looked very Tory, but he did a number of very radical things, particularly with regard to getting rid of the old empire and changing it into a commonwealth. On the other hand, a great many radicals have made radical changes. Lloyd George, Attlee, who gave independence to India. So I think that's a very nice epigram, but it's not the whole of the truth.
In the United States, in the 1930s, in the time of the New Deal, as you well know, the United States federal government undertook the care and protection of large numbers of Americans in one way or another. There was a federal commitment made, and it's grown ever since. You know something about America, Robin. Do you think, the President seems to think that it's grown far too large and too cumbersome and unwieldy now, and he said the other day that you can't solve problems by throwing money at them. The federal government can't do it. He said that again today. Do you agree with that view?
Well, I wouldn't like to give advice to the American people on how much government control and public welfare activities they have in Washington. What puzzles me is, obviously in some things you have to move in that direction. I suspect Mr. Nixon is far more inclined to that direction than some of his observations imply. But what puzzles me is he talks about withdrawing power from Washington and giving it back to the people. And yet you have the greatest concentration of apparently uncheckable, or very largely uncheckable, presidential power in the White House. And those two things slightly puzzle me as an observer.
There is a division there. A president has an enormous amount of power in foreign affairs, and he has considerably less power in domestic affairs, since he has to get things through Congress to affect matters domestically, whereas in foreign affairs he can act, as we've seen, very much on his own. That's one reason for this apparent contradiction.
Do you think his presidential power, this is one of the things we're watching, is whether his presidential power can be brought under greater scrutiny and greater check by the Congress, which seems to us across the Atlantic in our rather ignorant way to be becoming a little impotent these days?
Well, I'd like to have that question answered by David Brinkley, who's been watching Congress for a very long time.
Well, in Robin's first point about the accumulation of power in the White House by a president who is talking about the dispersal of power, in looking at it from a slightly longer standpoint, for about 35 or 40 years now, Washington has been drawing from the counties, cities, and states all of the power unto itself. In more recent years, the presidency, not Mr. Nixon entirely, but several presidents lately, have in turn drawn more of that power to themselves. Precisely what Mr. Nixon means in mechanical terms, in financial terms, when he says returning power to the states, we don't know. He has never said. He has promoted successfully a policy of returning a little, not a great deal, a little of the federal money to the states for the first time on an organized basis. But the power remains here. On your question about the Congress, does it have the will? It certainly has the power, but does it have the will to reduce some of the power of the presidency? Robert, I might say we have the same question, and we don't have the answer.
But does it have the power? Certainly in terms of the president's rights to act as commander-in-chief in war or quasi-war situations, seems to be some doubt whether it has got the kind of power it wants.
Well, drawing its powers from the Constitution, it has power to do almost whatever it likes. The president is in charge of foreign policy, but Congress is in charge of money. It is in charge of confirming officials of the government. The president could not fight a war unless Congress gave him the money for it. It has given him the money for Vietnam for 8 years now, Mr. Nixon and Mr. Johnson.
We're going to come back with more of our inauguration coverage, so don't go away, Robin, after this message from Borton's. We're exchanging ideas with what we've seen today and what it all means with a leading British political reporter, Robin Day. Perhaps I should say the leading British political reporter. John, you wanted to say something.
Well, I wanted to remind Robin of something Robin well knows, and that is that the idea of checks and balances is terribly important to us. And these days, because of the drift of power from the Congress to the White House, a lot of people in this country are, as you know, worried about it. When there was some talk in the 18th century, when they were putting the American system together, of having the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the popular body, with its members elected every 2 years, to have the Speaker be a kind of prime minister, because the House voted the money to run the federal functions of the government, and that he would be responsive to the House as your prime minister is. That was one extreme. Beginning in those areas, we have now come to the point where the American government, at least the executive branch, has run without contact with the Congress, the congressional branch, or the people in any meaningful way in about the last 2 or 3 months. It's run with considerable efficiency. Many big things have been done by the president in this time, but it has upset the Congress considerably, and whether they can get the power back is another thing entirely.
If there's time, I think there's one more observation which should be made, and that is that what we've seen in this sort of rebellion by the Congress has coincided with a particular war, a particularly hard war, a particularly bad war, I think, from an American point of view, in the sense that it divided the people. If it had been an easy war, if it had been a victorious war, and if it had been a short war, you might not see nearly so much of the dissatisfaction with the concentration of power. So, at any rate, I believe. David?
Well, I'm sure that's right, Ed. If the war had ended 5 years ago, all of the conflict would have ended 5 years ago. A great deal of it has been rooted in that. We've all been watching the inaugural today, the ceremonial aspects of it. This country is not terribly good in the field of pageantry, not nearly as good as yours, Robin.
I think you're superb on today's show.
Well, we're simply not well equipped.
You have it every 4 years. You do it very, very well indeed. Don't you be afraid of that.
Well, we don't have a glass coach. We do have a lot of high school
Well,
bands.
you had that, what was it, the Western coach? I've forgotten the name now.
Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo.
Oh, the
yes.
Wells Fargo?
That's a great coach.
Yeah, beautiful.
We had the moon rover, too, mate.
Yeah, that's right. Well, to those of you watching the inaugural, along with all of us today, presumably it has been the ceremonial highlight of our system. But there are many to whom the pageantry of this day was not entirely clear. 2 weeks ago, we took a camera crew to the Oyster School, a bilingual public school in Washington, and asked the students from kindergarten through the 6th grade, asking only one question.
What do you think an inauguration is?
Get out of here! I don't know. What's that mean?
What?
Inauguration.
What?
Yeah. Inauguration. Yeah, what's it mean? Inauguration. What
do you think it is?
Inauguration. Sounds like an argument. I thought it was PTA meeting. Talking. Taking pictures. It doesn't have something to do with the president and the White House or whatever. Having a meeting. I know it's something we do with Nixon.
Really, the only thing I know is that he gets sworn into his office.
Swear something about the country, I don't know.
He gets sworn in to the Congress.
It's when the president takes the oath of office for 4 more years. Each leap year, the president is sworn in. No, wrong. Nixon got us carrying Dr. Luther King's birthday.
That's what an inauguration is?
Yeah!
Okay, now, let's see. Who haven't we asked? Okay, young lady.
I'm a boy.
Oh, I'm
That's what they first said.
What's your name?
David.
Well, if I had known that, I would have known you were a boy.
Yeah.
We're asking everybody about an inauguration. What do you think it is?
It's when the president gets sworn into office.
Very good. Very good. Does anybody agree with him?
Yeah. He's a smart one in the classroom. Yeah.
Not that smart.
Okay, what else can you tell me about an inauguration?
Let's see. President gets sworn in. He takes office. Big celebration, and he invites all the big wigs down to see him get inaugurated. And that's about all I know.
Those are pretty good descriptions
about all there is.
Right. I like the one who said, when asked what was an inaugural, and he said, well, it's talking and taking pictures.
That's right.
That's about what it is. If you add drumming and bugling, that's about all. We'll be back in a moment after a message from Eastern Airlines.
Back again, just some details on the story to clean up. I've got some numbers for you. Inaugural officials say 250 relatives of President and Mrs. Nixon are in town for the inaugural. That's a lot of relatives. The crowd estimates. Ron Nesson reported from the Washington Monument grounds earlier that there were 100,000 people over there. That is what is being said by some of the demonstrators who are demonstrating against the administration's war policies. The U.S. Park Police estimate the crowd there at about 45,000. It was a large crowd, nevertheless. There were fewer people than expected who watched the inauguration itself on Capitol Hill. There was room for 19,000 people to sit down up there and 60,000 to stand, but the Capitol Police Chief estimated that 35,000 people were on hand for the inauguration itself. As far as the crowd along the way, along Pennsylvania Avenue, 200,000 were expected. The official police estimate now for spectators along the parade route is 300,000, and they saw perhaps the fastest inaugural parade in history. David?
Well, John, I have one figure to add to yours, and it is that the last I heard, they had sold 30,000 tickets to tonight's inaugural balls, 4 of them. There's some little overbooking there, as in airlines, when if you show up late, they don't have a seat for you. I am sure if all these people showed up, they not only couldn't get in, but couldn't even get close. So I think they must have sold the tickets on the assumption that many people would buy them, keep them for souvenirs, and stay home. You were saying something to me while I was talking, and I couldn't hear it. Say it again. For whom? What I was told to do was to lead us into a commercial for Borden.
The inaugural ball. Okay.
Among those who did not show up today, we've heard about all those who did, were Senator McGovern, who had hoped to be inaugurated himself. Instead, he was in London as a tourist. Former President Lyndon Johnson was invited but did not come. He and his wife were taking part in a tree planting ceremony in Texas. John?
I'd like to thank Edwin Newman and Robin Day particularly. Robin Day, our friend from the BBC for many years. Robin, maybe you'll ask some of us to come and cover a British election with you someday.
Well, you don't have to be asked. You always do.
Well, we always do. We'd like to very much. Ed, thank you. Do you have any final thoughts on the day, Newman? You always have final thoughts on things.
Well, I'm going to be at the inaugural ball, and I hope to have room enough to trip the light fantastic, even if they have sold 30,000 tickets.
We hope we're there to see you, Ed.
If you're there to see me, I won't do it.
We'll be on the air later today, later this evening, as a matter of fact, with a program running a half an hour. If any members of your family did not see the inaugural today and want to see the highlights of the 47th inaugural, we'll be on the air at 8 o'clock Eastern Time tonight with a half-hour summary of the events and of the President's speech and of the oath-taking on Capitol Hill. At 11:30 tonight, we'll be covering the inaugural ball. That will take place in various places around town. We'll be covering some of those. We'll be watching the people drink champagne and various other things in plastic cups with the presidential seal, which they have set up for the balls. The inaugural ball goes back, it's a tradition going back in American life to Dolly Madison. She was the first one who decided that they ought to have a gala party. It was inevitable that some first lady would think so. Dolly Madison set it up. As I recall, it was done in the Pension Building here in Washington. They had to break the windows to let in the air. There were so many people who attended. At one inaugural ball, it was so cold that the punch in the punch bowl froze. At Andrew Jackson's inaugural ball, they wrecked the White House. Had quite a time over there, pushing the drunks out on the back lawn. So we've had some galas. They've become tamer in recent years, and as David pointed out, much more crowded. So for those of you who are going, we suggest you go early so you can get your plastic glass with the presidential seal and some champagne. The President and Mrs. Nixon, the Vice President and Mrs. Agnew say they will visit all of the sites, and they'll be at that. And we'll have that on tonight beginning at 11:30. David?
Before we go, we have a short tape sequence of some of the highlights of what has happened here today, and it goes like this. One more highlight of the day that might have been included in this little summary and was not was Ethel Ennis singing the Star-Spangled Banner at the inaugural ceremony at the Capitol. I thought it was sensational. The day is, the ceremonious part of the day is over. There have been no incidents of any kind, a thing we used to take for granted. Regrettably, we cannot any longer. There was, as you may have noticed, enormous security. The city police, the Capitol Police, the White House Police, the Park Police, the Secret Service, FBI, miscellaneous undercover agents, National Guard, plus in reserve, in case needed, the U.S. Army, military police, and the U.S. Marines. Thankfully, none of them was needed. It's all over, and nothing bad happened. John?
And so Richard Milhouse Nixon is in the White House, one of the most interesting, one of the most enigmatic men in American politics. In the history of the country, only 2 men have run for national office 5 times. One was Franklin Roosevelt, who ran for vice president in 1920 and ran for president 4 times, in 32, 36, 1940, and 1944. The other is Richard Nixon, who ran for vice president twice, 52 and 56, who ran for president in 60 and failed, in 68 and won, and 72 and won. And he's in the White House, and he's our president for the next 4 years. That concludes our coverage of this inaugural. We're glad that you could watch. We want to give our particular thanks to Edwin Newman, to Robin Day, and all the other NBC correspondents, cameramen, drivers, runners, sandwich wrappers, cooks, bakers, and flag carriers. We had a good time covering it, and we hope you'll all be with us 4 years from now. Thank you.
NBC News coverage of Inauguration 73 has been brought to you by Eastern Airlines, bringing people together. All kinds of people, from all kinds of places, for all kinds of reasons, makes Eastern what it is, the wings of man. And by Borden, marketing food, dairy, and chemical products throughout the world. Borden makes the things you like best.